I would also love to take this opportunity to welcome in the House the Judge President of the Limpopo Division of the High Court, Judge M.G. Padudi. The University of Limpopo, the Faculty of Management and Law in particular, is highly grateful of the fact that you have been able to find space in your busy schedule to come and spend a day with us here. Let me acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jeffrey Mabelebele, and his executive team in management, Professor Madaje, Professor Van Staden, Professor Maudu, Professor Sibanda, Professor Pape, Professor Mampuru, Mr. Homeswana, Mr. Maredi, and all the other colleagues in management. We recognize you and we appreciate the leadership that you continue to provide for the University of Limpopo. Today is a special day, and I've been entrusted with the responsibility of steering this ship, and I hope that I'm going to be able to do it astutely. I would be relying on each one of you seated in the hall for our event to remain orderly. I'm going to make a humble request, and that speaks to the order of the proceedings, the first part of it, which ought to have started at 9 and should run until just after 10. Once we have commenced with the proceedings, I'm going to request everyone to be seated. Everyone to be seated, to the extent that it is practicable, just to avoid unnecessary disruptions. Once the JPA started speaking, once the Deputy Chief Justice started speaking, we prefer that we should all be seated until he's done. Let's avoid unnecessary movements up and down. And I wish the same attitude could be adopted throughout the proceedings all the way until we complete our research days. Professor Sibanda, one thing I can tell you is that this event is one of its own kind. In law, we say it's a sui generis kind of an event, in the sense that it's going to make a practical impact in the lives of our students. I do understand that we took a deliberate decision to make sure that we have a sizable number of law students in the room, and I'm going to test it today, that particular impact that I'm talking about. Law students, can you identify yourself by showing your hands? There they are. To test the kind of impact that this event is making in their lives, let's see. How many of you are coming to the ranch for the first time? You see? You see? This event is not ordinary. It has brought some of our students to the ranch for the first time. In this whole room, not only to law students, in this whole room, how many of you find themselves under the same roof with the Judge President of the province and the Deputy Chief Justice? How many of you? Look at the impact. You see, Professor Zibanda, is not an ordinary occasion. Because of this, it is anticipated that the law tutelage that we are going to get from our alumni would impact you and make you the best ever you can be beyond this occasion. We should also brag a bit. Both the Judge President and the Deputy Chief Justice are former students of the University of the North. Tifliop. In their time, they used to call it Tifliop. And Judge President was even the president of the SRC. Yeah, so. Yeah, but those who are politically active, don't mistaken Judge President to your comrades. We realize that as we are proceeding with the proceedings, you say, Comrade, Judge President. No, that moment has passed. So thank you very much. That was on a later note. So we are going to proceed with the program. Mine is to direct and not take over. I'm going to invite Professor Sibanda to deliver a word of opening and welcome to everybody so that we can all sit comfortably. Gabriel Waluabari, Shalamu Libuagi. Professor Sibanda.
Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of South Africa, Justice Dunstan Mlambo, the Honorable Judge President M.G. Patudi of the Limpopo Division of the High Court, members of the University Executive and Management, and also presented today by Professor Mautu from the Faculty of Humanities, and others will be joining us later on, members of the Faculty of Management and Law Executive Committee, our distinguished guests, our partners and funders, session chairs, research adjudicators, students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to our 11th Faculty Research Day of the Faculty of Management and Law at the University of Limpopo. Let me begin by conveying a special message of gratitude from our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Jeffrey Mabelebele, who unfortunately could not join us this morning to open the event. But the Vice Chancellor has conveyed his warm greetings and appreciation to all of us committed to research and scholarship. We thank him for his continued support of this event and all similar events across the University of Limpopo, and in the important work that we do, he appreciates that. In particular, allow me once more this morning to welcome our distinguished guest speaker, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of South Africa, Justice Dunstan Mlambo. Deputy Chief Justice, we are grateful that despite the demands of your office, you have found time to be with us this morning. Your presence is a great honor, not only really to our students, even some of seasoned senior people, academics, may not in their life have met a Chief Justice or a Deputy Chief Justice or anybody from the Constitutional Court. So it is really for all of us. We look forward really with great anticipation to your reflections and insights, particularly on matters that intersects law, justice, scholarship, and our cultural democracy, and basically life in general. We are equally honored by the presence of Honorable Judge President M.G. Patudi of the Limpopo Division of the High Court. Judge President, thank you for making time, I know, from your busy schedule to be with us this morning. Even yesterday, many of your judges were with us, representing you, and then I think for us it's a great honor. You are here to accompany us as we welcome the Deputy Chief Justice. Your presence and leadership in this regard is deeply appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, this Research Day is a reflection of the collective work of the faculty. Our faculty brings together the School of Law under the directorship of Advocate Rapaza, the School of Economics and Management under Professor Koma, who is today represented by the acting director of the school, Professor Mukwele, the School of Accountancy under Mr. Mjambizi, and the Tevlop Graduate School of Leadership under Professor Mukwena. We also would like to acknowledge the Faculty Research Professor, Professor T.S. Setati, and our Faculty Assistant Registrar, Mr. Malesela Andres Ramakwakwa, for their important contributions to our research and administrative work, but then in particular also the staff in the Office of the Executive Dean. All of them, they have really been hard at work to make this a success. Allow me again once more to indicate that now to our students, researchers, academics, session chairs, and adjudicators, thank you for your participation. I really mean thank you, in particular to our students, because Faculty Research Day, it is about students. This is a platform to ask questions, to present your ideas, receive constructive criticism, and grow as scholars. I encourage you really to present yourself, make full impact in terms of us listening, attracting us to what you are doing. To our partners and funders, including the Ranch Hotel and Old Mutual, and others that you will really acknowledge throughout the proceedings. We express our sincere appreciation for your support. Your contribution enables and enabled us to create and sustain platforms such as this one. Deputy Chief Justice, Just President, colleagues, students, partners, and friends, welcome to the Faculty of Management and Law 11 Research Day. It is my pleasure and honor to declare the 11th Faculty Research Day officially open. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and inspiring day.
Thank you very much, Professor Sibanda. When he took the podium, he protested my leaving this old version on the podium. So that's why he had to shove it to the side to come and put forth his own. I noted that, Professor Sibanda. So ladies and gentlemen, we are forging ahead. You know, at the University of Limpopo, we pride ourselves of driving the quest of finding solutions for Africa. And we have been unrelenting about this particular mission. And it is for that reason that every event has got to be tied to one of the strategic goals of the university. And that speaks to the purpose of why we have got to have events. So to illuminate on this, I'm going to invite Professor Sitati to talk to us about the purpose of the conference. Professor Sitati? Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Program Director, members of University Management and Faculty Leadership, Executive Deans, Prof. Sibanda, and Prof. Mautu, distinguished members of the judiciary, and our esteemed guests, professors, academics, and researchers, our postgraduate students and presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the 2026 Faculty of Management and Law Annual Research Day. Research Day is much more than an annual academic event. It is a platform through which we celebrate research, develop our students as emerging researchers, exchange ideas, and create opportunities for research to contribute to the challenges facing our society. Our journey, ladies and gentlemen, our journey is best demonstrated by the growth in student participation. In 2021, we had 13 students presenting in this same event. In 2022, this increased to 36 presenters. In 2024, participation more than doubled with 88 presenters. Then in 2025, during our 10th Research Day, we reached an impressive 178 presenters. That was a very good number. It is unfortunate that today in 2026, we have 148 students presenting their research, which is still a good number if you compare it to 2021. Although the number is lower than last year's 178, it remains more than 11 times the number with which we started in 2021. This growth tells an important story. It tells us that research is becoming increasingly embedded in the culture and identity of our faculty. Research Day gives our students an opportunity to move beyond simply completing a research project. It allows them to stand before an audience, defend their ideas, receive criticism, and learn from fellow researchers and academics. Research is not only about finding answers, it is also about asking difficult questions, challenging assumptions, and generating knowledge that can improve the way we understand and address the problems confronting society. An important part of our Research Day is also the opportunity to invite distinguished guests. You can see that I mean it when I say distinguished guests. Distinguished speakers and experts to engage with our researchers. We deliberately bring scholars, professionals, and other prominent voices into this space because we want our students to be exposed to perspectives beyond their immediate academic environment. These guest speakers enrich our discussions, challenge our thinking, and remind our students that research has relevance beyond the university. We also encourage our students not to allow their research to end with a presentation. A presentation at Research Day should ideally be the beginning of the journey towards publication, which we are encouraging students to publish with their supervisors. We therefore encourage students to work closely with their supervisors to develop their research into journal articles, book chapters, conference papers, and other scholarly output. Our supervisors have an important role to play in this process. They should guide students in refining their arguments, strengthening their methodology, and preparing their work for publication. In this way, Program Director, Research Day becomes a pipeline from research idea to research project to presentation and ultimately to publication and impact. For us as Faculty of Management and Law, this responsibility is particularly important. Our discipline speaks directly to issues of governance, law, leadership, management, economic development, accountability, human resource, and social justice, and also accounting. South Africa has many good policies and strategies. One of our persistent challenges, however, is translating policy into effective implementation. Our research must therefore go beyond the production of academic papers. It must help us understand real problems and contribute to better policies, strong institutions, and improved management, and also meaningful social and economic development. As we move forward, our goal should not simply be to increase the number of presenters, as we always say that we need quality. Our goal must be to increase the quality, relevance, visibility, and impact of our research. We must strengthen collaboration across our school, build partnership beyond the university, encourage more students to publish with their supervisors, and ensure that our research responds to real challenges facing our communities, our country, and the world. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, from 13 presenters in 2021, 36 in 2022, 43 in 2023, 88 in 2024, 178 in 2025, and now 148 in 2022. We can clearly see that our research day has grown significantly. But members are only part of the story. But numbers are only part of the story. The greater achievement is that we are building a faculty in which research is increasingly recognized as central to our academic mission. Let us therefore use this research day not only to celebrate what we have achieved, but also to ask ourselves what more we can do. Let us invite the best minds to challenge us. Let us encourage our students to publish. Let us strengthen the relationship between students and supervisors. And let us ensure that the research presented here does not remain on our shelves, but find its way into journals, policy discussion, professional practice, and communities. To all our presenters, researchers, and academics, I wish you a productive and intellectually stimulating research day. Let us continue to grow, let us continue to question, let us continue to publish, and above all, let us ensure that our research makes a difference. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stati, for the beautiful way, an outline of why we are here. And ladies and gentlemen, now that we have an idea in terms of why we are here, I believe that we are fully settled. We should be able to propel forward with high speed. Madam Joyce Itolo, you are recognized. I'm going to request that as I call the Judge President to come to the fore to do the introduction of the guest speaker, we all rise. We all rise and then we follow the introduction all the way to the end. And once the introduction by the JP is done, then we can all sit down. I'm going to complicate it. It's my moment. Everybody has somebody that is going to introduce them somewhere, just like Orlando Pirates introduced Sundowns in the cave space. No, but it's a fact, isn't it? Okay. Honorable Judge President, MG Padudi, can we all rise? He will do the introduction. Thank you very much. Having served as the president of the SRC at the University of the North, the Judge President requests you to take to your seat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he overruled himself. Yes. Because I was wondering, he doesn't know how long am I going to take, with the introduction. Be that as it may, well, first and foremost, let me express a disclaimer. Master of Ceremonies, I'll tell you why. Because what I'm going to do here, I'm going to introduce nothing but a tiger. You know? A tiger whose introduction, if I may pursue it, might take the whole day. And you can imagine. I'm actually trying to say at the same time that if I have skipped something for one reason or the other, you can imagine. It might be for a good cause, simply to save time. and so on. Master of Ceremonies, Advocate Mashele Rapatsa, the esteemed Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo, Dr. J. Mabelevele in absentia, the professors who are gathered here. You know, it's an honor. It's for the first time that I intermingle so many professors in my life. Teachers of law, leadership of the Faculty of Management and Law, Professor Owe Sibanda and his colleagues, of course the MC being the Director, School of Law, Advocate Rapatsa, researchers assembled here, the academia, law students and other students who are here, and my countrymen and women. I pass my fraternal greetings to you all this morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome, and also as I introduce to you, one of South Africa's eminent jurists and scholar of our time, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, Justice Dunstan Mlambo. Where did he start? Born in Bushbuckridge, Mpumalanga province. Did I tell them? More than 60 decades ago, and raised in Barberton, where he commenced his early education. He matriculated in 1979 from Tembeka High School in Kwanyamazane, a township settlement near Nelspruit, now called Mbombela. Post his matriculation, Dunstan Mlambo enrolled for his junior law degree, Bachelor of Procuranutianis, Livice B. Proc, at the then University of the North. The Latinists used to call it Universitas Aquilonia, which is now today University of Limpopo, and successfully completed it in 1983. On a lighter note, I must say, Program Director, as you've earlier on intimated, that at that time, between 1982 and 83, that was the time when I was elected SRC President at the same university. And it is an honor, therefore, that I led the high caliber student mass at the time, of which the Deputy Chief Justice was part of. He happened to be in my class, by the way. But we can't be anywhere all the time at the same time, isn't it? Known for his traits and attributes of being scholarly, years already being long called to the bench as the Judge President of the Gauteng Division of the High Court, Deputy Chief Justice Mlambo went on to obtain his LLB degree from the University of South Africa in 2019, thereby decapitating the maxim tutela boholo ya roba. He defied that maxim. Deputy Chief Justice Mlambo began his early legal pathway steeped in commitment to public interest law while attached to the Legal Resource Center in Johannesburg. He also articled and briefly practiced law at the famous Bowman-Gilfillan attorneys, now Bowmans, and later co-founded Mlambo and Mudise attorneys, where he remained from 1993 to 1997. Deputy Chief Justice Mlambo's long judiciary journey began in June 1997 when he was invited to serve as an acting judge of the Labour Court and was later in that year elevated to the bench of that court as a permanent judge until 1999, and in the course of time in 2010 to 2012, he was appointed the judge president of the same Labour and Labour Appeal Court. The description that court is technically known in legal parlance. Mapisa, as affectionately known in judicial circles, was subsequently appointed to the Gauteng Division of the High Court as a judge in the year 2000, and 5 years later, in 2005, he ascended to the ranks of the Supreme Court of Appeal until 2010. With passage of time, and in November 2012, Mapisa was called to assume the high office of Judge President of Gauteng Division of the High Court, which is reputed the largest and busiest court in the Republic of South Africa, a position he held and acquitted himself in irreproachably for 13 years. Doesn't it deserve a round of applause? While at the helm of that division, as the judge president, Mapisa was instrumental in digitization of the courts network countrywide, developing and having assisted in the training of and the rollout of Court Online and Case Lines, a technology that revolutionized litigation techniques in South Africa. He digitized and revolutionized, litigation techniques. The whole country jikelele. Mind you, he's not trained in IT as a specialist. He's a lawyer. But look what he has done for the country. That is Mapisa. Recognizing his immense leadership skills and capabilities, while Judge President of Gauteng Division, he served and led the Legal Aid South Africa as a chairperson for 17 years. Deputy Chief Justice Mlambo, in that period, also chaired the Court of Military Appeals, served as president of the Africa chapter of the International Association of Refugee and Migration Judges. It is for all the foregoing accolades that it became as no surprise that for the trials of his labor, Justice Dunstan Mlambo was conferred with a LLD degree, honoris causa, from the University of Limpopo in 2019. Jwale go ra hore ke ngaka ya thuto ya semolao. Deputy Chief Justice Mlambo is an accomplished jurist, a leader, with exceptional institutional memory. Thank you.
Please take your seats. Thank you very much for that. Let me also start by being protocol compliant and recognize our director. I want to heartily thank Judge President Patudi. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. I've introduced many times, been introduced many times. It's the first time I felt and was surprised at some of those things. And thanks for hosting me as your judicial colleague in your jurisdiction, even though I didn't report to you. But I believe when you were invited, you were told I was coming. So I don't think that's mitigation. That proves that I'm not guilty of anything. And then please also allow me to recognize all the professors in the room. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have been observed by both Prof. Rapata and Prof. Sibanda. You know, I'll digress a bit, Prof. Sibanda, with your permission, to say, I sit here and I'm with you today. I feel good. I feel good that I'm the product of a university that is contributing monumentally to the development of this country, South Africa, especially with the research products that we see, that we hear spoken about. I also feel good that, for a change, my university has asked me to participate in one of its programs. I can't remember where I met one of the professors from here 2 years ago, I think, or last year during J20, I may be mistaken, where I said, I've delivered more than 4 keynote speeches for Stellenbosch University in the deep heartland of the Cape. I've delivered many keynote addresses for UCT, University of Cape, Wits, UJ, Pretoria. I didn't study at those universities, but they've called me, and that's what I said to the prof from this university. I said, but why are you ignoring us? Is it because you think we are not worthy to grace your events? But when I got this invitation from Prof. Sibanda, I said, Mudimu So thank you very much. It means a lot to me, and that's why I say I feel good. I'm participating in an event of a university that produced me. It's very rare that you have such moments where you have me. It still takes some moments for me to realize that when people say DCJ, they're talking to me. It still takes moments. I was JP for 13 years. If I were to walk into Gauteng now, the judges will call me JP. And I told them, don't worry, I was JP for too long. And with Judge President Patudi here, we were in the same class from first year until I completed my BProc. He continued.
And he continued also, you lectured there with Judge Sinyatsi. You know, we are all products of this university. We are proud of that. We don't hide that fact. It should not be hidden. It should be known that in the epoch of this country, you have a DCJ, a number of judges, president, not just the one here, who were produced by this university. So I looked at the number of hands that were raised when Prof. Rapata asked who are the LLB students in the room, and they raised their hands. Could I ask those LLB students to rise, please, if you don't mind? And this is my message to you. In 1980, I enrolled at this university. I was in the same position as you guys. Although I was the first year, you are probably advanced now. I did not have a dream of becoming a judge. My dream was to become a lawyer, practicing in social justice to uplift my own people. That was my dream. We always bemoan the fact that we were studying judgments written by white male judges. But we had a dream that one day students will read judgments with African names. So my challenge to you standing up there is that we had that dream of being those who ensured that we start having a jurisprudence developed by Africans. But here's my challenge to you as you stand here. You know we have Justice Maya as our Chief Justice. You have me. You have a number of other justices. I mean, Justice Matopo is also from here. I want you to dream, because you know now it's possible. I want you to dream to go to that court as well. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Thank you. Program Director, I request your permission to read my presentation, because I may lose a number of facts. And Prof. Sivanda, as I said, thank you for bringing me here. I think I've acknowledged members of the university's leadership and the professors in the room, students, ladies and gentlemen. You will pardon me, I say it up front, if part of my speech or most of my speech focuses on law and jurisprudence. That's me being true to my calling. I'm truly privileged to join you for Limpopo University's 11th annual Research Day. During our time as students, we never had Research Day. We never had the opportunity to showcase our research products. And I'm happy that this university has taken up those cudgels. And I had when Professor Rapata and Professor Rapata and Professor Sitati saying, produce, produce. You will hear during the course of my talk why research is so important. I'm particularly pleased to address a gathering that broadly brings together law, economics, management, governance, accounting, taxation, and development. The challenges we face in this country and in this continent do not respect the boundaries between these disciplines. Our research, your research, therefore, cannot afford to remain confined by these boundaries. This university describes its mission in 4 simple words. Simple but profound. Finding solutions for Africa. That is an exacting standard. It asks more of research than meets the eye. It asks whether our work helps us understand the conditions in which our people live, whether it improves public decisions, whether it strengthens institutional governance, and whether it enlarges the choices available to the next generation. The theme of this research day, that is governance, innovation, and ethical leadership for sustainable development in a changing Africa, is a theme that brings together four ideas that are often discussed separately. Yet they depend on one another. Governance without knowledge becomes guesswork. Innovation without ethics can deepen the very inequalities it promises to solve. Leadership without accountability becomes power without purpose. And sustainable development without implementation remains an aspiration rather than an achievement. My central proposition to this theme is a simple one. Research is the bridge between public promise and public performance. It tells us whether a policy works, for whom it works, at what cost, and with what consequences. It exposes the distance between what institutions say and what people expect and experience. At its best, it does more than describe our problems. It disciplines power, improves judgment, and makes change possible. What is the significance of Research Day for our continent, a changing Africa? You will agree with me that we meet at a demanding moment. The Sustainable Development Goals gave the world a shared program for human development by 2030. Africa's own Agenda 2063 sets out a longer and distinctly continental vision, which is an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own people. I emphasize its own people. These frameworks matter because they express a refusal to accept poverty, exclusion, conflict, and remains insufficient. The challenge lies in giving practical effect to these commitments. Their true measure is whether they bring about meaningful change in the lives of the people they are intended to serve. That conversion depends on knowledge. We cannot govern what we do not understand. We cannot correct what we do not measure. We cannot know whether an intervention has succeeded if we are unwilling to test it against evidence. This illustrates the timeliness of this year's theme around research in general. Yet, the global production of knowledge remains deeply unequal. According to UNESCO in 2023, you guys in the research field will tell me whether that was correct or wrong. In 2023, that's what UNESCO said. 0.38% of its GDP on research and development. It said Africa had only 88 researchers for every million people, compared with a global average of 1,486. I didn't take time to check if these stats were correct, but you guys should know. But these numbers are not a verdict on African ability. They are a warning about African capacity. If we do not invest in the institutions, people, and infrastructure that produce knowledge, decisions about Africa will too often be based on evidence produced elsewhere, framed by questions set elsewhere, and applied without sufficient regard for local conditions. Someone said, African solutions for African challenges. I subscribe to that. That is why a research day is not peripheral to development. It concerns who has the power to define the problem. You do, as researchers. Whose experience counts as evidence? Ours in Africa, or for someone living in the West? Which solutions receive investment? And I know that sometimes our funders like to control our research programs, but it remains important which solutions receive investment rooted in local dynamics, and whether Africa is merely a consumer of knowledge or its author. What is my perspective, therefore, as a jurist, to this research day? I approach this subject because I'm a jurist, and from that point of view. I do not claim the expertise of the economists, scientists, and development specialists in this room. But the work of courts offers a particular window onto the importance of research. Judges are regularly asked to decide disputes in which broad constitutional promises meet complex issues and facts. Of development. Court life requires public administration to promote the efficient economic and effective use of resources, to respond to people's needs, to be accountable, and to foster transparency by providing timely, accessible, and accurate information. These are not merely administrative virtues, they are constitutional obligations. Each depends upon sound evidence. These constitutional principles must be demonstrated in practice. Reliable information is to determine whether public resources are being used effectively, whether services are responding to people's needs, and whether institutions are meeting their commitments. That information must also be clear and accessible so that the public can understand decisions and hold those responsible to account. Research, therefore, performs an important needs innovation, climate pressure, food and water insecurity, disease, growing cities, pressure on public finances, and changing forms of work demand new responses. The African Union's Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2034 accordingly seeks a transition towards a knowledge-based and innovation-led economy. But innovation must be rooted in African realities and directed towards improving African people's lives. This means refusing too equal and may also generate false material. We know this. It may reproduce historical bias, compromise privacy, and create dependence on systems whose training data and design choices are not transparent, the black box poser. The answer is neither uncritical adoption nor reflexive rejection. It is informed governance, human responsibility, independent verification, transparency, appropriate to the risk, protection of rights, and continuous evaluation of real-world effects. What is the role of ethical leadership in all this? What do we do when evidence is inconvenience? The Constitution requires a high standard of professional ethics in public administration. Although that requirement is directed specifically at public institutions, the underlying principle has wider application. Ethical leadership cannot be reduced to avoiding criminality or remaining within the strict limits of the law. The law establishes binding standards. Ethics also requires those entrusted with authority to exercise it honestly, responsibly, and for its intended purposes. Research, for its part, tests ethical leadership most sharply when its findings are inconvenient. It is easy to be evidence-led when the evidence confirms our preferred policy, our theory, our funders' expectation, or our institution's reputation. Integrity is revealed when the results do not. For researchers, therefore, ethical leadership means following the evidence even when it does not produce the answer expected. It means being honest about the limits of their work, treating research participants with dignity, correcting mistakes, and acknowledging the contributions of others. For universities, Prof. Rapata, Prof. Sibanda, it means defending academic freedom while ensuring what research meets proper academic and ethical standards. For public and private institutions, it means commissioning research which is used to inform their decisions, not merely to justify decisions that have already been made. Research does not serve the public good merely because it is technically sound. Knowledge can be used responsibly or irresponsibly. Researchers and those who rely on their work must therefore consider how it may affect human dignity, equality, and those who would suffer most if a decision based on that research proves to be wrong. What then should we ask of the research presented at this gathering? I suggest 5 commitments. First, ask questions that matter. A technically impressive answer to an unimportant question remains of limited public value. Begin close to the lives of people. Ask why a public service repeatedly fails at the point of delivery, why a sound policy is not implemented, why a small enterprise cannot grow, why the costs of climate change fall most heavily on those who contributed least to it, or why legal rights remain inaccessible to the people who need them most. Second, practice methodological integrity. Start with a question, not a conclusion. Distinguish what the evidence establishes from what you infer. Make your methods open to scrutiny. Treat uncertainty as something to explain, not conceal. In an age of instant answers and AI, verification is not an old-fashioned burden. It is the foundation of credibility. Third, work across disciplines and with communities. Sustainable development cannot be delivered by law alone, economics alone, technology alone, or management alone. A water project may be technically sound on paper, but institutionally unworkable. A lawful policy may be economically unsustainable. A cost-effective system may be socially unjust. Collaboration is not an academic courtesy. It is demanded by the complexity of the problem. Fourth, communicate beyond the academy. A finding that cannot reach the official who must implement it, the community that can use it, or the public that should debate it has an unnecessarily limited life. Scholarly rigor and accessible communication are not enemies. Complex research should be communicated in a way that is clear and accessible without compromising its accuracy. Fifth, follow the evidence into implementation. Publication is not an achievement, but it is not the end of the research cycle. Ask what changed because the work was done. Did an institution alter its practice? Did a community acquire useful knowledge? Did a policy improve? If not, what blocked the path from evidence to action? Impact must not be reduced to a slogan or a crude metric, but researchers should remain curious about the life of an idea after it leaves the page. These commitments to me place a particular responsibility on universities. A university is one of the few institutions designed to think an electoral cycle, a budget year, or a quarterly return. It can preserve institutional memory, test fashionable claims, connect generations of knowledge, and create a space in which difficult truths may be examined without fear or favor. That independence is precious. It must be protected by using it well. The question is whether we will be passive subjects of that change or informed authors of it. Our continent does not lack ambition. As I said, Agenda 2063 is ambitious. The Sustainable Development Goals are ambitious. Our Constitution is ambitious. Each imagines institutions that serve people, development that includes rather than excludes, and power constrained by law and accountable to the public. The harder task is to close the distance between the promise and the lived reality. That is where research belongs. It gives governance eyes and ears. It gives innovation direction. It gives ethical leadership the courage to confront facts, and it gives sustainable development a path from aspiration to action. To students and emerging researchers, do not underestimate the public importance of the questions you choose to ask. Research may begin with uncertainty, but it must not end with indifference. Be exacting with evidence. Be alive to context. Be willing to cross disciplinary boundaries. Be honest about what you do not know. And never lose sight of the human being who must live with the consequences of the answer you provide. If this research day succeeds, as the others before it have, from what I've read, it will do more than showcase excellent work. It will strengthen collaboration among researchers committed to finding practical solutions to Africa's challenges. Those solutions must be supported by evidence guided by our constitutional values and directed towards improving people's lives. That is how knowledge serves a public purpose. That is how research becomes a form of leadership. Former Chief Justice Pius Langa reminded us that transformation is a permanent deal. Transformation is a permanent ideal. May the research shared here help us to pursue that ideal with integrity and purpose and contribute to building a more just, prosperous, and sustainable Africa. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Justice. Round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. We celebrate that. Thank you very much. There is certainly a lot that came out of the presentation, and I'm pretty sure that all of us are empowered. I've been reliably informed that the Deputy Chief Justice is willing to take some questions. And of course, we also do welcome comments. But before we get to that, as you are busy brainstorming and preparing, I wish to take this opportunity to recognize Dr. Mabila is responsible for research in the university, so he's also here. And Mr. Khotatso Mabelo and his team from the Office of the Judge President in the province. I also saw Professor Ganjere, I also saw Professor Beyers, Mr. Damadama. Eh? Yeah, no, you know, my mind is in Tembisa. Sorry for that. Yeah, so, and Professor Ramoroga is also here, Professor Mukwele, Professor Mashamaite. So, Professor Majola, we are quite a diverse group, Deputy Chief Justice, and doing our bit in our own small corners, trying to brighten the corner. And of course, on the understanding that there's a lot that we have done to put the university on the map, and every one of us is doing their bit. We also wish to recognize the university registrar, who happen to be our compliance officer. So everything we do here, we are under his watch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take 2 hands. I'm going to start with 2 hands. 2 hands, questions, comments? I wish there could be a way of merging these hands, because it looks like we are going to be about 4. But yeah, I'm going to run an auction. Yeah, you know, you are going to start, madam. You introduce yourself, you tell the Deputy Chief Justice and Judge President where you come from and what you are studying. If you are a student, if you are not a student, you tell them what you are. And then we are going to take a hand from here. Go to the second one. The principle of not fixing it when it's not broken could assist. Could assist. If things are working, let's all be still until things are broken. Because if you keep fixing, even when things are fine, we end up with things like this. Okay, there is a hand here. Paswan. Yeah, you are next. But in that order, you start and then Paswan will follow.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Rosina Pillay. I'm an HOD for the Department of Public Administration. DCG, a great and informative presentation. I did like the fact that you said research must be actionable, meaning that when you conduct a research, the recommendations must be in practice. And oftentimes our students just do research, but you'd find that they do have recommendations, but they do not go back to the institutions where they were doing research to ensure that those recommendations are being implemented. So my question would be, how do we forge a synergy or a relationship between universities and public departments to ensure those recommendations are implemented? We always cry to say South Africa has the best policies, has best legislations, constitutions, which other countries are envying, but the problem is implementation. So how do we tap in that implementation, ensuring that all stakeholders are involved to reach the end goal? And then...
No, one question.
One.
One question. One question. There are many hands. Paswana?
Thank you very much. My name is Paswan Mpashele. I'm a final year Master of Public Administration and Management student at the University of Limpopo. My question briefly to the DCJ is, what is your context of the reference really African people? in line with what you were explaining in your beautiful presentation? And what is it that we may consider to be the most irresponsible way of using knowledge? We are asking so we can avoid that. Thank you very much.
All right, so far we got 2 questions. One by Madam Pillay and one by Paswanam Patle. Synergy between universities and public departments, the context of reference African people. Research.
Thank you very much. For some time, even though I didn't see anyone dozing during my speech, clearly people were listening. And I'm happy. Let me start with a question from, is it Mr. Paswane? Our constitution is reputed to be very progressive. And it is credited as having borrowed heavily from the West, especially from the Canadian Constitution. Our early constitutional court decisions seemed to go too much into the international sphere. I'm using that as a response to your question to say we can look at what's happening beyond the African borders. But if we are not persuaded that those solutions that solved those problems in those jurisdictions are also relevant to the realities of our own people, we should be slow to follow that learning. So that's my answer to you, to say the first point of departure is here. We have an electoral system that gives us government. We have a constitution that tells us what public institutions should do to ensure that the constitutional promise becomes reality. I speak without any fear of contradiction that that remains our biggest problem in this country. We rely on research that resonates with our particular circumstances. That will help, as Ms. Pillay has asked, how do we assist our public institutions to be alive to the lived realities of the people here, not to adopt a solution that helps some other community somewhere else. That's my answer to you. I'm reputed to be an AI, not an AI, a technical or technological genius. I'm not. I just have a curious mind. Yes, I have a curious mind. My son is an IT specialist, and I ask him a lot of questions when I'm with him. That's why when COVID hit, I didn't look at what was happening in Australia or Europe. I looked at here. I convened webinars with lawyers and sometimes civic organizations to say, within the first week of COVID, to say, can access to justice wait for the lockdown to be lifted? I said, I refuse to accept that reality. What then can we do domestically? That lawyer who runs a one-stop shop, who hasn't got a laptop, how can we ensure that if we introduce an electronic platform, we don't leave him behind? How do we ensure that that person who has received a summons from the bank, how do we ensure he gets a permit to travel from his house to come to court, where he'll find legal assistance from the legal help desk at the court to ensure that he doesn't suffer consequences? Those are the local issues that should inform what we come up with as solutions. I don't want to go further, but that's my answer. Let's be rooted to our realities and then fashion whatever we do. If we find corroboration elsewhere, all well and good. Let's not make what happens elsewhere our primary solutions. That's what I'm saying. To Ms. Pilay's question, you are correct. There's a disconnect between proper, adequate, apt, and good research with what's happening out there from public entities. Serious disconnect. And you ask yourself why. The solutions are here, but elsewhere, things are not happening. I have two suggested approaches. One of them, Jobetse Wahlabirwa, you will pardon me for raising it here, but I think it's a solution. These solutions are rooted in engagement and collaboration, or collaboration and engagement. It's up to how you do it. If you conduct research based on local authorities in Limpopo and you identify commonalities, what prevents you, Prof. Sibanda, what prevents the VC of the university, what prevents you, Prof. Rapatsa, from doing a roadshow with the key local authorities where your research is rooted and organize a day like this where they will bring their representatives? They could even bring their legal teams, where they must look you in the eye. You say, this is the research, this is the direction that the research says, and this research, in our view, is practical. These are the results. Nothing is happening. Tell us why. That's engagement. What comes out of there will lead to the collaborative exercise as to how you guide their implementation. That's my answer. But, Robert, in Pretoria, in the Gauteng division, when we introduced case lines, we were ahead of other provinces. We started using that when the other provinces were said, "I Mlambo wa Papa." I went to UP, VETS, and UJ. I said, your students don't have to come into the courtroom to listen to argument, to follow the case. They can connect virtually, and they have access to the pleadings electronically, sitting in their rooms or in their lecture rooms. Why don't we come with a scheme where final year law students, and I excluded deliberately masters of law students, because I said, final year LLB students, at least you have hope that 90% of them will go into legal practice. Why don't you have a scheme where you, as their professor, you go to the JP and say, I see you hearing that case, that case, that case, which are seriously complex motion cases that look to what's happening in South Africa. You say you have no research capacity as courts, which is true. I don't know how many researchers Limpopo division has. I know that Gauteng, out of 2, look at that, 2 for 10 judges. That's nothing. Gauteng division, at any given point in time, they could have 90 judges. They only have not more than 12 researchers. So I said, your LLB students are versatile, young, energetic. They could assist. You could assist a full court, that's 3 judges, with 10 final year law students to focus on that case. They will read the pleadings. They will read the heads of argument. They will listen to the argument in court. And then the judge will convene, or the 3 judges will convene a virtual hearing, a conference after the hearing, where the law students are live and say, this is how we are seeing it as students. This is the argument. That argument doesn't meet this. That authority doesn't support that argument. I don't know if you follow what I'm trying to say. I said, why don't we do that? Because it will enrich the students. The big problem though was, can we rely on those students? Because all law researchers in the Concord anyway sign a confidentiality clause to say, whatever we discuss about cases, before the public knows about them, it stays with us. But the fact of the matter is that exposure to that research capacity of 10 final year law students could assist the judges. Because the judges could even say, in my research, that argument dealt with this issue this way. Can you guys look at what international best practice is in Canada, which I regard still as balanced jurisprudence that's rooted to the ground. So you guys are able to can go there and check what their cases have done and whatever. So that is collaboration to me. But that would be collaboration between the university, private, and the court, public. Public-private collaboration. That could enhance and enable the courts to actually deliver, and quicker. Because when you have access to that kind of research, you don't have to wait to say your research question is in the queue. There are 3 other questions that were received, so you'll get your answer in a month's time. No, you get it instantaneously. So that's my answer to you. So I'm saying, Prof. Rapatsa, Prof. Sebanda, the JP is here. He has case lines. He has court online. If there's appetite in your students, I mean, he deals with a lot of kingship disputes here. But there are others, I've seen them come to the Concord. You could select particular students for particular cases, right? Just please, students, don't say how much are we going to be paid. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, DCJ. So let's propel forward. Mr. Zama, properly recognized now. 2 more hands. 2 more hands. I'm more biased to that row now. That row. Far right, my far right. Okay. They are abdicating their right, then I'll go to the middle row. Right at the back, there is a hand there, right at the back, at the back. And then, this young man. Okay, we're in August. We're in August. So there's a lady at the back. We are going to start. And then let me take the voice of Professor Maudu. She made the presentation. You would follow. You stand up, you introduce yourself, tell us where you come from, and then put your question. Just one. And then this time around, okay, you have your roving mic. All right? Madam, at the back. Go ahead. Wait, we can't hear. There must be something wrong with that mic.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
All right?
My name is Meo Ribombo, a master student in labor law here at the University of Limpopo. I would like to firstly say that Deputy Justice gave us a profound speech. My question is regarding to his position. For the longest time, Black people have been excluded in the legal fraternity, and I would like to believe that for him to reach where he is today, it must have taken a lot. Just when we're trying to find our feet within this legal space, AI pandemic hits us, meaning that lay people would no longer depend on lawyers for basic legal knowledge. I would like to ask him, do you think there is still hope for Black child within this legal space? What is our future in this space? Is it still a profession that can be recommended for a Black person or any person to actually study? Thank you.
All right. I hope the Deputy Chief Justice got it. All right? Gentlemen, wait. Can we get the roving mic near him? No, this one, here, in front. Here, here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The third table, yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is T.S. Simono. I'm a master student, public management and administration. My question for the Deputy Justice, actually, this is a question that I was having a conversation with a classmate the other day. Actually happy that you are here so that I can direct it to someone who's practicing law with so much experience in the field. So, what motivates my question? In South Africa, we have too many policies and legislative regulations that regulate the use of public resources. But despite everything that we have, there are still many cases of the misuse of public resources. So I want to ask you, why have repeated interventions failed to produce sustainable institutional improvement, and to what extent has the government applied consequence management to those responsible? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to try to take the last 10, the last one. Very last one. Who's that one? With a cap. Okay. Women are calling for justice, so we shall listen. We shall listen. A gentleman with a cap. You were well represented. Go ahead. Yes. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good.
Wait, you are going to have to start afresh. We couldn't hear a thing. Try again. Even that one is not working.
Good morning to everyone within the room. Standing before you is Masiti Diawo, an LLB student at the University of the North.
Okay.
So my question to the DCJ, right, is that as South Africa, we have a lot of policies that are good on paper, but when it comes to actual implementation, they're not so good. For example, we have GBV policies, right? With these GBV policies, most of them are good on paper, but now when it comes to the implementation, as much as we try to implement them, right, GBV never seems to decrease. So my question to the DCJ is, how can we deal with these policies that are good on paper, but when it comes to implementation, they're not so good? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. DCJ, we have about 3 questions.
Thank you very much. Clearly, I'm correct in my belief that people were listening. But I want to start with something else. Prof. Sibanda, do you mind if I ask you to come and stand next to me here? Just for one moment, if you don't mind. Do you see the blazer he's wearing? What do you think will happen if I wear a blazer like that in the Concord common room? Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Now, I'm doing that because he has I should actually say advocate Professor Rapatsa. That's how they do it, our colleagues on the continent. Yeah, they say advocate professor, right? Or Dr. Justice Mlambo, you know? So From now on, guys, remember, Advocate Professor Rabatza, okay. You decry the advent of AI and whether there's still hope for the black legal practitioner. I would add the black woman legal practitioner, because that's where the real problem is. If you look at the attrition rate where our young black advocates pass the bar exam, even though now they are made to write 2 if they want the GCB one as well, they don't last. If you last beyond 3 years as a young advocate, then you are safe, but they never last. They don't last because maintaining chambers, getting briefs is still a challenge. We still have a lot of problems in terms of addressing briefing patterns. This issue, it relates to the question that was asked about misuse. In fact, it relates to all 3 questions, my answer. You see, I'm going to Geneva next month, no, in beginning of October. They've invited me there to talk about AI in the judiciary. We'll have eminent judges from around the world talking about the impact of AI in the judicial space. One theme, recurring theme that we always mention when we talk about AI in the judicial space is AI is a tool. How do you use a tool? If you're in a garden, you've got a spade to deal with the on-grade. On-grade, I don't know what's the word for on-grade in English. Sorry. The weeds. Thank you very much. You use it for that. But in terms of the ideas as to what plants to plant there, comes from you, isn't it? Take it to the judicial space. You get your law clerks. I've got 3. One started today, my 3rd one. And I have a case, I say, you guys, please do research for me in that space, in that space, in that space. They do it. And then they will ask AI, or I can ask AI once I've received it, to say, look, give me decisions globally that have addressed the same issue and reached the same answer. Because AI can do that very quickly. And say, give me cases where the responses were different. But what I do with that, with what AI gives me, is me. Isn't it? Not AI. So my answer to you is, I believe the legal profession is also using AI as a tool. You see, your question resonates to what I've said before, to say Africa has got serious funding issues when it comes to access to justice. So there are people who've created AI bots to say you can ask that AI to say, I have this problem, what do I need to do? So the AI actually provides the answer. But that's not for lawyers. That's for people down the food chain who can't afford to go to a lawyer. But for that person to actualize what AI is telling them, they will still need some warm body, isn't it, to tell it to the court. So what we've done in Gauteng, Khobetse Wahlabiro, is we've created legal help desks run by paralegals to say those litigants who are dragged to the courts who don't have money for lawyers, who come to court without lawyers, judges refer them to the legal desks. And the legal aid desks connect them with lawyers. But some of those problems don't require lawyers. So judges allow those paralegals to come to court and say, this litigant came here, my lord. We are doing away with the my lord, my lady, by the way. we're going to Justice so-and-so. These are the questions. This is what I propose. There's no legal solution required here because it's an overkill. What is required is for the bank to take into account what this consumer is saying, and for the bank to put in place a plan that will come to the aid of this person so that the litigant is able to comply progressively, even though in small measures, but the bank will remain happy that its debt is being serviced. We've had paralegals make these suggestions, and courts have been able to craft orders of settlement based on what the paralegals are doing. So there's no AI involved there. So what I'm saying to you, don't lose hope. Your legal professional bodies here, I know they subscribe to this notion that AI remains a tool. But the bigger problem, and I did it at some stage where I had a meeting with the CEO of Standard Bank, even though he ducked the meeting last minute. Mr. Sim Shabalala, he was my candidate attorney when I was at Bowman's. So I've remained in touch with him. Because I said, I want you as Standard Bank, one of the biggest consumers of judicial services. Why do I only see white males doing your cases? Yes. I say if I look in the courtroom, or if you look on the admission stats, it's not only white males who are being admitted to practice law. It's white males, white females, blacks in all their various levels or categories. But why then is Standard Bank focused on those? And I ask government the same thing. Because when you ask the Minister of Justice, you say, but you are probably the biggest consumer of legal services in South Africa. Why is it that so many black legal practitioners don't have work? And we see a lot of that work being done by white counsel. We are saying the Constitution says equality. We're not saying don't brief whites. No. We're saying brief across the board. And they are quick to say, no, if you look at our stats, the bulk of our work goes to black legal practitioners. But when you unpack that, you find that they could have one or two in Limpopo who are the main beneficiaries of state legal services. Why is it that way? Huh? So I think we need to put them to account. So you can't say you brief people in 90% of your work, therefore you are complying with affirmative action. No, you're not. If you have a province that has 300 legal practitioners and only 10 of them benefit from state legal services, there's a problem there, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm saying this to say to you, if you want to go the whole way and challenge these briefing patterns, I think there's a Chamber of Commerce here. I don't know. Do they still exist, those chambers of commerce? In Limpopo. Why don't you ask for a meeting with them and ask them to give you their legal services report to say, in this financial year, this is the litigation we're engaged in, these are the people we briefed. Because those facts won't lie. And then you engage them. Why? Can you tell us why those facts are illustrating an unequal briefing pattern, an unequal briefing system? And then you can get into a collaborative arrangement with them to say, every year we are going to review this to ensure that you don't leave anyone out. So that's my answer. Sorry, it's a very long-winded answer to the question asked by Neo. I hope you don't mind if I use that word, that name, Neo. I would like to have used your surname. So AI to me doesn't present threats. It's a tool that we should not adopt uncritically. We should just understand what its limits are or set those limits ourselves. because we remain with brains. That's what we must do, use our brains, not start using AI brains. Two, misuse of public resources. You see, this question is heavily politics laden. May their souls rest in peace, they are no longer there, but my home is still there. I do go there now and then. And then I say, look at the provincial governments, the people who work there, the DGs, the chief directors, the directors and the staff. I'm one of those people who believe that if you want proper service delivery, you need to have people who know what they are meant to do in those positions. By that, I'm saying, if you have an economics degree or a financial management degree, we can help this situation of the Auditor General every year criticizing municipalities for how they use public resources. What, to me, it says is, the people who are at the helm of using these public resources either don't know how to implement, come with right policies and implement them, one, or two, they are aware, but they've got other pressures that work on them not to do the right thing. I don't want to use that word. No, but it's a real issue. Because we can't say we want to rely on what comes out of Madlanga, because we see this every day. When I drove down there yesterday morning, down this side to Limpopo, the e-tolls were not working because they were not tapping. Simply because there's a problem with the F&B system. I said, look at this queue behind me. It can be that the F&B system is not working, therefore, those of us who don't carry cash can pass. No, it's nonsense. We must think on the ground, you know? Who are your supervisors who will say, okay, you have a card, they issue what they call credit, I can't remember what it is. Yeah. So you don't, because I wasted something like 45 minutes at Pumlani Plaza. Then I knew from there, but so I went into the Petroport to withdraw cash. So I don't have the same problem. I can't be forced to carry cash. I need to use a system that's convenient to me. So in these public entities, my question is, in the courts, we can see that the tender system, here are the requirements that are required for the tenders. Yeah, they are clear. If you can't understand that and you are the chief director, you don't belong in that position. But you find people who understand that, but who want to bypass. That's why we have so much misuse of public resources. I say that because it's based on my experience sitting as a judge. I'm not making a political statement. I've seen cases where a case will be defended vigorously by the public, the public officials. The brief lawyers will fight their case and lose after 5 years, having spent so much of our money. And to be told that the way you awarded this tender was wrong. This is not that they didn't know. There are other pressures working on them. We need to find a way of identifying, uprooting, and calling them to account why it was like that. I mean, this damn project here, is it Guyana or whatever? Yeah. I mean, that case came to us in the Concon. And I said to myself, I hear the president, when he was electioneering before the last election, talking about why the dam project has not seen fruition after so much money. I think he mentioned more than 600 million that was spent. And he was saying, no, as government, we will investigate, we will find the people who stole the money and whatever. Is that the issue? No, that's not the issue. So I'm saying to you, let's make sure that when we produce research, we hit it on the nail, say this is the issue, this is the issue. I mean, as I stand here, I know that the local government officials who took charge of that project are running free. They're living their lives, yet we've lost so much money. No consequence management and no recovery. And yet we sit and complain here. No, we should take it to the next level. Anyway, I don't want to go too much into politics. That's my second answer to the misuse of public resources. We are aware why our funds are being misused. It can't help us to complain on social media and whatever. We need to actually bring them to the same room. What have you done with that official who awarded that tender? Why is that official still on the job? Isn't it? The last question was about lots of policies. But I think that question is easily answered by the answer I gave to Ms. Pilay's question. Yeah, collaboration, engagement, anyway. So the last thing I want to talk about, it's not a question for Advocate Professor Rafa, is the following. I want to challenge this university. You can get the Venda University in the same room, the two of you, to say this. Those who listened to my interview for Chief Justice in 2022 and my interview for Deputy Chief Justice in last year will remember what I said. I said, it is correct, and it's an elephant in the room. No one is mentioning. No one mentioned it last night. No one is mentioning it here. There is less reference to academic output by the courts these days. Why are you guys quiet about it? Because those who came ahead of us in the judiciary showed us how beneficial your research work is. I don't have to rely on lawyers to refer to the journals. If I've got law clerks, I say to them, just check what the academia has produced on these particular issues. That's very beneficial. But courts are not using that avenue the way they should. And I think if you and vendor get into the same room, you can come with a day like this every 2 years or every year, it's up to you, where you've identified particular cases where you think the bench has gone astray in terms of development the jurisprudence, but also build in this fact of saying, we've produced so much research work on these areas. Why has there been no reference to them in your judgment? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DCJ. I request that as a way of expressing our deeper appreciation, let's give the DCJ a huge, very huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Highly appreciated. Mr. Khomeswana, Professor Sibanda, JP, I'm going to ask you to join me on stage. Please, join me. Mr. Khomeswana, Professor Sibanda, JP. Yes. JP, and then, because it's Women's Month, let's observe that. Professor Mautu and Madam Joy. Professor Mautu, Madam Joy. There she is. Which space would be the most appropriate? I think this one. This side. Let's start with it.
So now I understand why Madam Joy was giving me that serious look as I was talking.
after that short break of tea, they know where they are headed. All right? So, okay, that's it. So this would be the last words from me. I understand at some point I received some message that there were those who were saying, but he must give us more time to ask questions. Let's understand, ladies and gentlemen, it's not always going to be possible. We actually took more than we could. So if you want to take questions, then it means we would have to accept to be here the whole day with DCJ, and therefore compromising the rest of the parallel sessions. So is that the route we want to take? You see, I'm safe.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yes, colleagues, you are going to have 2 sessions. One will be in this room, the other one, the room next door. Therefore, for now, we go out. There are some, we'll be guided by the cameraman that we go out and take a group photo with our Prof. And it must be quick, as instructed. Therefore, let's go out for now and have a group photo. And please, all of you, be in that space so that you take a photo for the first time with the Deputy Chief Justice and the Judge President. Yeah, there are steps next to pools, next to the swimming pool. Let's go there quickly and have a photo. No, they did not.
to you. I'll write on a paper, 2 minutes, when 2 minutes is left, I'll give someone who will sit. Oh, yeah, they'll reflect that. They'll be checking there, I think. That when 2 minutes is left, you'll check the screen then and they'll show you that you must wrap up. Are we together? And then I wish you all the best. Feel free. We are not writing here. This is a learning curve. Feel free. So as soon as the DCG, you get NP, Zelenfani SG, Mulbazi OS, Morocco M, Muyeti MI, Facility TE, Bowani MF, Bowani MF, Bowani MF, Mafarela IM. So we'll move Ledwara to be the second presenter after Chidindi because they have highlighted that the DCG have to lead. So we wanted to get the presentations from Laura Isaac. So can we kindly allow that? Thank you very much. As soon as he arrives, then we'll start.
qualitative research approach, which also has a comparative analysis with it to 2 jurisdictions, the United Kingdom and India. So please do know that this is a working paper and my study is broad and does not focus on one specific sector in gig work. The reason being there are legal complications and the legal consequences are the same despite different sectors that they are. So what is this gig work that I'm talking about? So gig work actually involves the exchange of labor for payment between companies or individuals via a digital platform. These digital platforms, they are actually, for example, in South Africa, we have Uber, we have Bolt, we have Mr. D, and we also have Checkers 60. So here, these digital labor platforms, a worker actually has to have a contract with them, and then they actually have to accept a digital request that would have been put in on the platforms, right? So this is like this digital request, which a client, which is also a client, customer, consumer, which they would have put in. So we have them in different services such as such as food hailing, ride hailing, or even domestic work. So this gig work marks a paradigm shift. What does this mean? So we used to have just the employer and employee, but with gig work, we actually have a traditional transformation, right? So actually now we have a triangular sort of relationship. We have the platforms at the top, and then we also, have the worker and the consumer. So here this actually marks a paradigm shift in that we are no longer involved in the traditional employment landscape, but we are now living in the 4th industrial revolution, which has different novel forms of work. So we are actually hence the new normal, which I put in there, as we are now having non-traditional forms of employment. So now I move on to unpacking the concept of AM. What is this AM I'm talking to you today about? So this AM actually involves, there are various definitions about it, and it's control that is exercised over a workforce through an algorithm as opposed to a human being. So here is computational algorithms, techniques which are used to actually evaluate and even monitor what a worker, that is the gig worker, is actually doing on these platforms. So here we can actually see that these algorithms, they actually assume traditional managerial authority, which a human being actually has. So in layman terms, we can actually see these algorithms, they decide, they monitor, they supervise, they do everything that a human manager basically does. So in terms of labor law, it makes them the legal actors in an employment relationship, not because that they possess legal personality, but because they actually assume functions traditionally managed by managerial authority of a human manager. So also in layman terms, workers actually do not know how these algorithms operate. So it creates the feeling to them of being managed by a black box. And also there is limited transparency and understanding about how exactly these algorithms are altered, by whom, and under whose instruction that they work. So basically these algorithms, they assign and assess human jobs. Also the International Labour Organization, to which South Africa, please note, is actually a member state. It actually defined AM as algorithmic systems that use tracking data and other information to organize and evaluate work. Now I move on to algorithmic management as a double-edged sword in South African gig work. You might be wondering why I put on that diagram for you. So this diagram actually shows the illusion, the paradox of AM as a feature in gig work. So here we can see the beautifully drawn back, right? It shows the flexibility. It actually shows the promise of gig work, right? But as you move across the structure, I'm sure you can see that the structure actually changes. As you can see now, we have the scribbled head, which is not balancing and is not the same. It's just the same as with AM, a feature in gig work. So here we have the flexibility aspect as the other side. We have the flexibility aspect where we actually have autonomy, independence, flexible hours. I do not want to actually make my study one-sided and only talk about and only criticize the other aspect about it. But then here we can also see that as a double-edged sword, right, there actually is positive framing of it. Not everyone actually hates it. Some actually appreciate not having a human boss. But then if we look at the other side, the control aspect, since algorithms are actually acting as the online managers who evaluate and instruct everything, we can see that it causes psychological and physical job strains, loss of autonomy, and even job insecurity. How does this happen? These algorithms, they do this through GPS tracking, automated performance alerts, customer ratings, and also even through the pricing mechanisms, right? So hence you can see that on the control aspect, it actually changes everything in that through the diagram, as you can see. So now I move on to the regulatory framework in South Africa. What is the regulatory framework in South Africa saying, has said, or is trying to say? So please do know that South Africa already has several legal instruments that could actually regulate AM, but these actually remain fragmented. Traditional labor laws are based on the assumption of a human manager, but then I've categorized them into three. We have the labor rights, the equality, and the privacy and data protection. So in terms of the labor rights, please do know that we have the Labor Laws Amendment Bill, which is actually in the legislative processing stage, is not yet promulgated as law. So once this come into play, they're actually going to amend the Labor Relations Act, which is the primary labor law statute, and amends Schedule 11, such as the rating systems or platform deactivation to the CCMA for gig workers. We also have amendments to the Employment Equity Act. So I move on quickly to the equality aspect. So Section 9 of the Constitution gives us the right to equality, right? But then here in terms of AM, we can actually use the National Minimum Wage Act. This one can possibly be used to extend protection against unfair suspensions and even deactivations to gig workers. In terms of privacy and data, which is regulated by Section 14 of the Constitution, we can actually use those two legislation, PEPUDA and POPIA. So these ones can be used as data protective legislation that may be used within the context of gig work and algorithmic management. I quickly now move on to in terms of international best practices, right? So what is happening out there, despite just what we see here in South Africa? So since South Africa is a member state of the ILO, it's bound by its recommendations and conventions. So recently, 2 months ago, or 3, in June, the ILO had convention number 193, in which it actually set international rules on the regulation of gig work and even AM, right? So apps are actually now encouraged to actually be open about how automated systems manage work and pay. So since South Africa is a member state, it actually makes it compliant to the benchmark of the national labor standards. I also put UK and India as it is part of my comparative aspect. So these two countries have actually resorted to a strong mixture of strong rights, strong remedies, and even strong mechanisms. The UK, there is judicial activism. As you can see with those two cases, these two cases, they actually show that there was also indirect means of algorithmic management as it exercises control and the potential discriminatory effects it has. Also in India, there is an appreciable attempt by its legislature to recognize and protect its gig work, which actually shows the innovative measures as it also adopts platforms such as bills such as the Rajasthan platform-based gig workers registration and welfare. So now I quickly move on. So what does the future hold, right? As much as I'm here to talk about it, we also need to talk about the future. Maybe we are already living in this future I'm talking about. We can see that algorithms are becoming managers, whether we like it or not. They're actually going to be the new managers. We actually also know that workers are going to produce both labor and data. Flexibility and control is going to actually coexist. And we also see that the labor law is actually going to transform beyond what it is currently. So my study recommends algorithmic transparency laws, which maybe possibly audit algorithms. Also, we need a nuanced regulatory framework, right? So here we also need a human-centric approach and algorithmic dignity. So rather
Your
than
time is up. Kindly wrap up.
okay. So rather than just simply advocating for employment status today for gig workers, AM has actually transformed the nation.
much, Izwa Chidindi. I think not to take follow-up questions, I think there's one that perhaps you missed it on the methodology. You said it's qualitative. I think there was also a question of analysis. So my advice will say, if it's qualitative, also which method and how are you going to analyze and using which software so that you can ensure that your data is valid and reliable. Overall, I think, yeah, that's all. Let's clap hands for Chidindi.
Chidindi, thank you very much for your presentation and the research you've produced. It reminds me of a speech that I gave last year on the 30th anniversary of the Labor Relations Act. And I think that's where you come in, because what came out clear was that the Labor Relations Act and our constitution, which safeguards labor rights, were conceived pre the advent of what you are looking at, algorithmic influence in the workplace. So I hope you'll provide answers, because when you say the traditional management, employer-employee relationship has now been subsumed by a different sort of relationship, you need to tell us how those who are on the wrong side of what goes wrong there can enforce their rights. So thank you very much. I wanted to thank you for that, yeah.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, DCG. I think the student will work on the question or a comment. Colleagues, I was asked to make an announcement that DCG is leaving. DCJ, I meant to say, it's leaving. So let's kindly give him, next one, okay. The next presenter. It's, I said it's gonna be Ledwaba. And colleagues, kindly, let's clap hands. So as I have highlighted, colleagues, there is a timekeeper here, which is the screen there. So presenters, kindly as you present, check the time. It's going to allocate you 15 minutes, but for presentation is 10 minutes. So once 7 minutes is left on the screen, Ludaba, they're going to allocate you 15 minutes on the screen. Once 7 minutes is left, just know for your presentation you are left with 2 minutes. So that 5 minutes is for questions and answers. Kindly just keep on checking your time. Thank you.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Offensive Phoebe Ledwaba. I'm a Master of Laws candidate in Mercantile Law, and my dissertation is focusing on pension law. Today, I'll be presenting a paper titled Analyzing AI as an Investment Opportunity for Pension Trustees. This paper is a regulatory and prudential analysis of Regulation 28 of the Pension Funds Act. And for the sake of this presentation, the Pension Funds Act will be referred to as the PFA. So firstly, I'm going to start with an introduction to this study. We have observed that AI has emerged as a significant technological advancement in this 21st century, as it has reshaped industries such as healthcare, manufacturing, and education, and also in this case, investment management. AI's ability to automate decision-making and enhance productivity. It has positioned AI as a global economic developer and also institutional investors, such as pension fund trustees, in which trustees in this study will be referred to as trustees, are allocating capital towards AI-related investments. And trustees occupy a unique role in the investment management era, as they are tasked with safeguarding retirement security for pension fund members and beneficiaries. So now I'm going to move to the framework that governs pension fund trustees and pension fund investments in South Africa. The PFA provides the foundation for PA, codifies the fiduciary duties of pension trustees, as this act requires pension fund trustees to act with due diligence, good faith, impartiality, and independence in protecting the interests of members. This section further provides that trustees must ensure that their respective pension funds remain financially sound, responsibly managed, and governed in accordance to the Act and their specific fund rules. Regulation 28 of the PFA further provides a prudential framework for pension fund investments in South Africa. Regulation 28 further delineates two requirements that must be complied with in when trustees invest pension contributions. The first requirement that should be considered is the asset categorization within Regulation 28, where this asset categorization table states that trustees can invest with limits, and for the sake of time, I'm going to just name them. They are allowed to invest in cash holdings, debt instruments, foreign government debt, equities, property, commodities, and alternative investments such as hedge funds and infrastructure. And the second requirement that trustees must consider is the ESG considerations. The first consideration in these ESG considerations that must be considered is the environmental factor. The environmental factor considers an investment's impact on climate change, pollution, ecological degradation, and resource depletion. And the social factor considers an investment's impact on social issues, such as employment creation, service delivery, and human rights. And lastly, the last factor considers an investee's competence, diversity, risk control measures, and anti-corruption compliance. And when you take Section 7C and Regulation 28 together, it provides a dual framework for fiduciary and prudential obligations, as it guides trustees in balancing innovative investment management with the preservation of retirement security. And this dual framework would be critical in the study for assessing whether AI-related investments can be prudently incorporated into pension fund portfolios while ensuring compliance with statutory duties in the PFA. So next now, I'm going to move to what our research problem is. Our research problem that exists in the study is that AI-related investments are not recognized as a distinct class asset under Regulation 28. This creates uncertainty regarding that classification, and this can amount to misalignment with the fiduciary duties in the PFA. And the absence of FSCA guidance leaves trustees vulnerable to compliance risks and interpretive ambiguity when investors classify the AI-related investments into the PFA. So since the PFA is not the AI-related investments are not recognized as an asset class, trustees must try to classify AI-related investments within the existing asset categories. A common route that can be taken is that they can invest through listed equities. These listed equities can be found in major corporations or companies that are engaged in AI research and development. And they can invest in infrastructure. Infrastructure can be in the form of AI data centers, fiber optic networks, and cloud computing facilities. And they can invest in real estate that houses AI facilities. They can invest in debt instruments that they can give to AI companies that are engaged in AI research. And this shows that AI-related investments can be prudentially accommodated into the asset classes that are in Regulation 28. So now I'm going to move to the risks and the challenges that can exist with AI-related investments. AI investments face high volatility due to rapid change and competition. Trustees must encounter regulatory uncertainty due to their anonymity, and concentration risks arise as funds are exposed to technological firms, and ESG considerations are complex in terms of sustainability, energy use, privacy, and bias. And the environmental risks that can be found here are resource depletion and carbon footprint of data centers. And for social risks, this can be job displacement, inequality, and discriminatory algorithmic outcomes. And for governance risks, you can find in opaque AI decision-making and weak accountability structures. So we have international comparative insights that can be seen where international pension systems are diverging on mandatory ESG integration. As the EU, through the IRP2 directive, it requires the disclosure of ESG risks. And through the UK, climate change related reporting is required, where trustees are meant to ensure that they assess the AI infrastructure footprints. And through ERSA in the United States, it does not mandate ESG integration, but trustees may consider ESG when financially material. And with South Africa, the issue that we have with the PFA requirements is that they are too broad and they don't prescribe prescriptive norms for trustees. And South Africa needs FSCA guidance to ensure that AI-related investments are responsibly reported and balanced with fiduciary duties. So the recommendations for this study is that trustees must adopt a cautious but progressive approach to AI investments, and rigorous due diligence must be taken to assess the volatility and obsolescence of AI technology, and ESG factors must be considered, and diversification strategies should be considered. And in conclusion, I have shown in this study that AI is a transformative investment opportunity for trustees. Trustees must evaluate AI investments against diversification and prudential limits. And Section 7C of the Pension Funds Act, or PFA, imposes strict duties, and Regulation 28 complements these duties with prudential rules and ESG requirements. AI offers opportunity, but it also offers risks. And AI can be duly incorporated prudentially if trustees apply good governance, due diligence, and ESG integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lidwaba, and also adhering to time. We do appreciate that. I'll start with DCJ Chuchek if he has something to say before I take it to the floor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lidwaba, you said. Ne? I think your paper was very, very technical, right? But I would like to think a lot more about it, because I think where you lose me is where you mention AI investments per se. I'm not so sure what you're talking about there, but anyway, that's me. What I can promise you and the previous speaker, I'll be sending questions to the two of you regarding my Geneva paper for October, so that you can assist me there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll now move to the floor. 1, 2, 3, in that order. The first one is this side.
Thank you very much, Barala Dwaba. Again, my name is Paswani Mpahlele. I hope not to tire you with my name today. But my question is that based on your interpretation, I agree with the Deputy Chief Justice that I found myself a bit confused through or in the process of your presentation. Then these are the questions based on my confusion as well. Regulation 28, insofar as South Africa is concerned, demands that there be ESG considerations, but you say it lacks detail. Would want to understand what type of detail lacks. And is that the conclusion that your study has reached when you say it lacks that particular detail, which you may respond to soon? Secondly, what artificial intelligence investment businesses have successfully found investment, and what is the interlink between that and jurisprudence? Because I think your presentation is more aligned with what you are doing academically. So I just wanted to get that interlink as well. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, as we move, one question per person, please. One question per person.
Thank you, Ms. Letaba. My name is Thelma. My question is specifically regarding to you referring to AI-related investments. I just wanted to get an understanding. Are you talking about investments that the pensions funds are making into technology companies, or are you talking about investments in the AI infrastructure that will enable investment? I just want to get an understanding of that distinction.
Hello, and I'm Bophelo Mutula. I just want to ask you a simple question. As a learned researcher as you are, would you recommend an individual or a firm to invest in AI-related companies?
Over to you, Ms. Ludwaba. Noted, I think I'll allow it after she has responded, but our rule, I saw you came in late, our rule is 3 questions. Okay, thank you.
So the kind of investments that I'm referring to regarding AI is AI investments that are made to AI companies. And we have seen that many companies such as Equifax and Amazon and also Microsoft are creating AI technology. This then preempts pension fund trustees to see it as an opportunity because AI has been seen to being growing economies, right? That's how then I'm talking about AI-related investments. And for the other question, when I'm talking about whether I would say that whether pension fund trustees should invest in AI, I would say yes. But the same way and in the same context as when they consider other types of investments. Because we have the ESG factors in which when, let's say, pension fund trustees, for example, one situation that happened with Steinhoff, they didn't consider the ESG factors. One, with governance, where because now the fund lost money due to the share price falling of Steinhoff, now it created an issue where they didn't properly assess. So that's how then I'm trying to converge it and say that they should assess AI-related investments in that manner. And for Mr. Paswana, on jurisprudence, there's not a lot of case law and jurisprudence on pension fund investments, as this study tries to even to create an interdisciplinary research between economics and also commerce and also sort of investment and finance management. So it has not been an area of law that has been explored clearly, as pension funds have only been exploring more of like the deductions that can be made by employees and also inheritance and beneficiary cases regarding pension funds. That's all I could say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ledwaba. A short one, I think as you go and incorporate the comments, questions, I think you must clarify on those AI investment, because I can imagine if DCJ, it's a bit lost. What about someone who's from another field, economics and so forth? Yeah, but overall, let's give a round of applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's also give a warm round of applause for DCJ as he leaves. Thank you very much, Dipila. Okay. A round of applause, a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by saying something one of the participants told me during the interviews. The tool in the performance management system that is being used does not serve any purpose. That's a human resource development employee at the South African Police Service, describing the very same tool that's supposed to develop them. My name is Tou Michelle Dipela, a master's student under the School of Economics and Management at the University of Limpopo. So my presentation is based on my master's dissertation titled Employees' Perceptions of the Performance Management System within the South African Police Service, a case of a selected human resource development component. Today, I would like to unpack two things with you: why employees feel this way about the system or the tool that is being used, and just as importantly, the strategies that they think would actually work for them. We're living through a period where organizations are forced to adapt to digital changes to stay competitive, and that's making a performance management tool an important tool for it to stay or to be successful. Research shows that in the public sector specifically, a well-functioning and a formatted performance management system facilitates goal setting and goal clarity, performance monitoring, and informed decisions on training, rewards, and career progression, contributing to transparency and effective service delivery. The performance management system's effectiveness depends heavily on how employees perceive it, and it constantly shows that fairness, accuracy, transparency, and developmental values shapes willingness to engage. And when those things are not present or when they are missing, the performance management system does not disappear. It cradles into a compliance-driven exercise. So now, this study focuses specifically on the HRD component, because the HRD component is responsible for employee skills development and continuous training, making their perceptions of the performance management system especially valuable. This is also supported by Badpali as well as Sadia and Sai. So when perceptions are positive, something very powerful happens. The employees do not just comply with it, they commit to the system. And that's making a relationship with the organization very strong. And I'm going to explain this further in the next slides, using the three theories, mainly the goal setting, expectancy, and social exchange theory. So here's the problem in plain terms. A performance management system is intended to align individual performance with the organizational goals and support employees' development. That's the theory. But in practice, the SAP's own organizational goals, own vision of this system is called the performance enhancement process, which is well known as PEP to them. It has been criticized as ineffective with weak career and talent management. So here's what makes HRD particularly interesting to the study. The HRD employees occupy a distinctive position. Like any other SAPS employees, they get rated just like everyone else. And they are responsible for the development of the system as well. And that leads me to a point that I think is central to this whole study. If the people who are responsible for developing the system do not believe in it themselves, then the system does not fulfill its intended purpose. And until then now, they've been overlooked into the research. So the gap led me to one research question. How do employees perceive the effectiveness of the performance management system within the HRD component of the South African Police Service in Limpopo? And what can be done to improve it? So I used 3 theories in my study. The first one being goal setting theory, which explains that goals should be specific and challenging goals improve performance when reinforced by feedback. Interestingly, recent studies shows that although the South African Police Service PEP is based on clear goals, it is often affected by unclear key performance areas, limited involvement, employee involvement, and poor feedback. So the second one is expectancy theory, which explains that motivation depends on the belief that effort leads to performance and performance to rewards. The third one is social exchange theory, which is the idea that people form relationship based on reciprocal exchange. This has real weight in the South African public sector specifically. So research has found that when the performance management system practices are fair and supportive, they improve employee relationship and engagement. So in other words, the performance management system isn't just an evaluation tool, it's part of the psychological contract between the South African Police Service and the employees. So on the empirical side, the picture is quite consistent. So the South African Police Service performance management system has been criticized as ineffective with weak career and talent management. And the digitalization improves accuracy and accountability in the public sector. Just briefly on how I did this, I used the qualitative interpretivist case study design, which also, okay, I selected the qualitative interpretivist case study design because perceptions are inherently subjective and personal, so they are best explored through the real conversation and not just a tick box survey. I conducted semi-structured interviews with roughly 20 to 30 minutes with each participant, and with 15 purposefully selected HRD employees across the South African Police Service HRD sites in Limpopo, meaning participants were not just selected at random, they were purposefully selected. So my data was analyzed using thematic analysis, and that was supported by NVivo 15 software. I received full ethical clearance from the TEFLOP Research Ethics Committee. So let's get into what actually employees told me about the objective one, which is employees' perceptions of the effectiveness of the performance management system. Just over half of the participants described that the system is ineffective, and one of the participants explained bluntly that the tool being used in the performance management system, it does not serve any purpose. And the second theme that emerged is that over 80% of the participants described the system as lacking the developmental impact, which is the most common concern overall. And the third theme, which says that the performance management system as a compliance exercise. So they just see it as, in their own words, they see it as a paperwork just to be submitted and not something that that can help them grow or develop. So the second objective, which is the strategies to improve the performance management system, Also, three themes emerged. The first one, it says the continuous training, which 86.7% of the participant mentioned that there should be more education to supervisors on how to properly handle the performance management system. And the second one, they say digitalization of the performance management system.
You're left with a minute.
Okay. And then theme three, it says strengthening feedback, which they said or they must move from quarterly to continuous feedback. And then the research limitations, it says small purposefully selected sample in a single province, transferable, they're transferable, but not statistically generalizable. So the HRM, which administered the performance management system, was not included. Only the HRD perspective is captured. So the recommendations to this study is that the Institute Continuous Performance Management System training focuses on performance planning, accuracy, rating, and feedback, with particular emphasis on building supervisors' capacity, and strengthen feedback practices through regular structured evidence-based sessions rather than a single annual or quarterly review. Digitalize the performance management system to enable real-time performance tracking, automated calculations, and secure record keeping. So in conclusion, the performance management system is perceived as ineffective, but not rejected outright. Key performance areas are still valued for clarity they provide by majority of the employees or the participants who participated in the study. So the employees themselves identify practical, feasible solutions, not just only concerned, and also the performance management system should shift from compliance formality to a strategic developmental tool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's Dipila, right? You stole 30 seconds for the floor. Colleagues, questions? 1, 2 at the middle, 3. There are many hands. Can we at least make sure the questions are very short so that if we still have a minute, I can take at least 2.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Professor Malachi from the Faculty of Humanities. My question is on your theoretical framework. Normally when the student cannot find a specific theory to back the study, they normally move towards a conceptual framework. But I could see from your study, you made use of 3 theories. Can you justify why did you use 3 theories? And again, how did these theories complement each other? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Or should I wait for other questions?
Greetings to the house. My name is Kabelo Mashani, a BCom Business Management final year student. Afternoon, Ms. Depela. Limpopo SAPS faces high crime with low resources. So let's consider a police station in the deep rurals of Guyana with just 2 vans to cover a large policing area. So my question is, if the performance management system is weak, what is the impact on service delivery? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my question is as follows, right? If it has been criticized, if, right, the performance management system is failing, as you've already mentioned, and it has already been highlighted by employees, right, in this case of subs, as you've already mentioned, why is it that these employees are not are not recommending certain measures that can be put in place? Because I believe that the moment now these employees were to recommend measures that can be put in place for this performance management system, it will be more efficient in the sense that they themselves will be performing against those ideas that they've put forward to be part of that particular performance management system. Thank you.
Dipila, you have a minute to respond, so make sure you be precise.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the questions. Responding to the question of theories, I used goal setting and expectancy, as well as social exchange theory, because each target a distinctive mechanism, goal clarity and feedback. So the expectancy theory targets rewards, and the social exchange theory targets the reciprocity. So given the structural, motivational and relational coverage rather than overlapping grounds. So the second question focuses on, it says, what's the impact of service delivery? Okay, obviously the employees will not deliver a good service delivery, so the service delivery will not be effective. And they also mentioned that it will be, sorry. So they also mentioned that it will take more of their time. The third question, it says recommendations. So the findings of ineffective performance management system, they recommended that goals do exist, but the feedback loops that should make them meaningful doesn't. So they recommended that there should be clarity on goals. And then the second one, which is the so the second one, which is the digitalization, which is also one of the recommendations that was made by the participant. And the third one, it says they must strengthen the feedback. This is the recommendations that they made, the participant themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dipila. A round of applause. Colleagues, we are a bit behind in terms of time, so I'll stick to 3 questions and then we'll engage each other at lunchtime. So can we have Kotsa Casey?
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kotsa Khotula Charles. I'll be presenting this paper.
Can we settle up, colleagues? Kindly assist with time. Time is there.
Time.
Okay,
sure.
On the screen.
Yes.
Kindly assist with time. Thanks.
You know, it looks like our Chief Justices, both of them, they've touched a little bit on my presentation, because they touched on the issue of digitization and revolutionization of issues in South Africa. So, and the previous speaker here, presenter here, Mrs. Dipela, as well, talks about performance management and the expectancy theory. That is exactly what I'm going to present here. I'm not sure whether she stole my presentation or not, but nevertheless, e-services and performance management system as a tool to enhance service delivery in the South African Post Office, Waterberg District. It's a case of the Limpopo Province, South Africa. It's just unfortunate my supervisor is not here, Prof. Silepe, and I wish he was here. So the presentation outline, colleagues, I'm going to skip because of the time limits and constraints. But if you look at my introduction, I just made one slide in the interest of time. Performance management system around the globe, not only in South Africa, globally, internationally so, has been halted by traditional methods of rendering service to its customers. This has been proven by the introduction of technology by many organizations to make sure that they improve the quality of services. So basically, this suggests that management should reskill their employees to be in line with the current technological changes. Therefore, digitization or e-services become very much important, becomes very much critical, colleagues. Why is this critical? We want to enhance customer services. That is the benefit of performance management system. Globally, global connectivity, we must move with the times. It's not like in the olden days when the post office, during the advent of the post office. We need to increase profitability. If you look at most of the branches, South African post office branches, they are not doing well. The profit margins has gone down. The mail volumes has gone down. They are currently under administration. And if you look at the footprint national, it's about 657. How can we lead? How can we lead? How can we let such good infrastructure, going down the drain? We need to make sure that we improve these branches. But I had to look at two, legislative frameworks that, links directly to performance management system within the post office fraternity. I looked at the Postal Services Act 124 of 1998, which requires the post office to promote the universal and affordable provision of postal services. And to do that, to promote that universally, you need to digitize, you need to have e-services. People should consider, people should transact in the comfort of their own space. I also look at South African Post Office SOC Act 22 of 2011, because this link very clearly with my topic or the title, because it says the minister by a date set by the minister, the post office must annually enter into a performance agreement. It's mandatory. The post office must enter into a performance agreement. So I'm also looking at the expectancy theory, of which my professor somewhere here, I was at the back, I didn't see who's that professor, indicated that why using this expectancy theory? Because it talks about the issue, it links performance to rewards. That's very important, because there's this tendency that if people are not rewarded, they tend to relax in the workplace. So it is very important that we link the rewards to performance. Hence, the expectancy theory by Broom was chosen. But it talks to three important factors, which number one is confidence in their ability to accomplish a task. We call this instrumentability. Confirmation, that is the second one, the second variable, that confirmation that there will be a reward for completing this task. Exactly what I said earlier. There will be a reward. And thirdly, the reward must be worthwhile. No, not only a reward, but it must be worthwhile. I've used the quantitative method. It's a 5-point Likert scale, where I used to probe the level of agreement or disagreement. But the presentation of the findings will also talk to this. I also used a qualitative method, where I have an unstructured interview with the district manager in the Waterberg, trade union representatives, as well as the customers of the post office, because I wanted to enhance the findings of my study. Remember, when you use qualitative method and the quantitative method, it's very important because you enhance the quality of your study. You are not one-sided. Let's look at the presentation of the quantitative findings, because I used the quantitative method. So this one talks to not even the banks. So it is an important, not even the banks. So it is an important entity for especially with Black Africans. let's talk about e-performance. You know, post office is perceived as a traditional institution. So they are using a lot of papers. So we need, to increase the performance of this entity. So because we've identified that, performance will increase productivity of the post office, we need to reskill our employees as well, because we must also move with the times. It's not a point of now giving a stamp, whatever. You need to reskill the employees because now we're using computers. So the skilling is very important. So the majority of the employees is also talk to that, affirm. Presentation of quantitative findings. I've indicated that. I've interviewed the district manager, who also alluded and confirmed that e-services will increase profit margins. Trade unions as well are in favor of e-services. Customers, they are very much, comfortable making transactions at home while watching Generations or whatever. It's very important because we are now in a global, connectivity, in a global space. So it is, then recommendations, I think I've stick to my 10 minutes. It's also 6:56. Okay, converting manual services into e-services. I've spoken about that as part of the findings. Now it's now the recommendations. I've spoken about training. I have to identify digital training needs so that, we must move with the times. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kotza. I think perhaps while we're going to take questions, I have a burning one, unless if I'm sleeping on duty. I didn't see the literature review. I would like to hear a bit of what does the literature say with regard to your topic, but you'll answer it when you answer the questions from the floor. 3 questions. 1, 2 at the corner, 3.
Thank you so much. My name is Natasha Makhala, and I'm currently a 3rd-year law student and the chairperson of School of Law. So my question is, if your study finds that e-services improve service delivery and productivity, but SAPO continues to lose revenue, what evidence supports the conclusion that further digitization will improve the organization's financial stability? Could the problem be that SAPO has focused too much on digitizing services without addressing the underlying reasons for its declining revenue? Thank you.
Can I answer this one before I forget?
Oh, my question is, since e-service and PMS are tools used to enhance service delivery in South Africa, let's say market conditions are very uncertain. For example, the rand today can be stronger and tomorrow it can be weak. How do managers within PMS improve returns without taking on an excessive risk?
Greetings, colleagues. I'm Mateola Tsepo, a second-year master student in Human Resource Management. My question is with regard to the performance agreement. Under the performance agreement, we have what we call KIRAs, the key result areas. So we do have a situation whereby what is stipulated under the KIRAs, we find that someone is forced to work beyond those what is stipulated under the KIRAs. So I want to understand how can your study really find to work around that issue, because you can find that someone is under probation, and then when they're under probation, this person is forced by the managers or supervisor to work beyond their KIRAs. So I want to find out how can your study address that. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Mr. Kotza.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The first question was, what evidence do support that the post office is not doing well? If you look at the financial performance of the post office, since from 2015, there was no even an effort to increase the profit margins of the post office. It has always been on the decline trajectory, which means year by year it's not making profit. Hence, there is a current administration as I'm speaking to you. So that is evidence on the literature in my full paper that is included. The second one, how do managers improve performance? Yes. In my full paper, there must be a market research. It was done a little bit, but not so convincingly, because although there is performance management in place within SAPO, South African Post Office, the entity continues to make, to have a decline in profit margins as well as mail volumes. There is, but it's not up to satisfaction. The performance level, remember, to make sure that you perform beyond expectations, we have what you call, first level performance, second level performance, and middle level performance, and fourth level performance. And the fifth one, when you perform exceptionally so. So in terms of motivating the employees, you need at least to go fourth and fifth level so that you can be rewarded more. So that is exceptional or excellence performance. There is that system in place that makes sure that, it encourages employees to perform beyond expectation. I think I have covered these three questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kotza. But you do owe me my literature.
Oh, sure. Thank you so
No,
much.
we'll engage at lunchtime. It's fine. Thank you very much for sticking to time. A round of applause. Can we quickly have Nukere before we break for lunch? Presenters, kindly ensure that you are close to the mic because we are streaming live, so that those who are watching live, they can be able to hear you. You can even adjust if it's a bit down or up.
Should go back now. Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Progress Nugeri, a master's candidate under the Department of Economics. And today I'll be presenting my research paper titled The Impact of Technological Innovation, Energy and Energy Efficiency on Industrial Employment in South Africa. So, starting with the introduction. Industrial growth and employment creation remain key priorities in South Africa, where technological innovation and energy efficiency are increasingly promoted to enhance industrial competitiveness and sustainable development. In South Africa, government efforts to enhance technological innovation and improve energy efficiency have become central to advancing industrial development through frameworks such as the National Development Plan 2030 and the Decadal Plan for Science, Technology and Innovation 2022 to 2032. Technological advancement, or rather innovation, make productions more efficient by reducing the efforts required and boosting productivity. However, the same advancement can replace human labor with machines, leading to job displacement and increasing the number of people unemployed. Energy plays a critical role in industrial process, with South Africa showing a relatively high energy intensity due to its reliance to coal.
compared to other developing economies. So the probable statement is that South African industrial employment faces a decline from approximately 25% of total employment in 1994 to about 17.69 in 2023, indicating a structural shift away from industry towards services, and that was reported by States SA 2024. So it basically means that around 7.3% individuals became unemployed during that period in the industries. So the study aims to examine the impact of technical innovation and energy efficiency on industrial employment in South Africa from 1994 to 2024. And the objectives are as follows: to investigate the impact of technical innovation on industrial employment, to determine the influence of energy efficiency on industrial employment, to evaluate the causal relationship between industrial employment and other model variables, which are technological innovation and energy efficiency. And before we proceed, technological innovation will be proxied by two variables. First one being the research and development, and the second one will be economic complexity index technology. And then the study adopted two theories. First one being the endogenous growth theory, which was introduced by Roma 1986 and further developed by Lucas 1988. And the theory suggests that technological innovation and research and development enhance productivity and expand manufacturing output, but may also reduce industrial employment in the short run due to automation and capital-intensive production. We also have structural change theory, which was developed by through contributions of several economists, Lewis 1954, Kosnet 1966, and Chenry 1979. And in relation to the study, it explains the shift of resources from agriculture to industry during economic development, and this transition is expected to increase industrial employment as the industrial sector expand. So now let's look at the empirical literature. We have Dorcas and Nicholas 2024, who looked at research and development and sectoral employment and found that research and development positively affect employment. And then we have Linga 2018, who found that technological advancement positively impact administrative labor, but negatively impact production labor in skilled labor-intensive industries. And then lastly, we also have Zorali et al. 2025, who found a unidirectional causality running from technological innovation to employment. Also, we have the mentioned authors 2020 who explored the relation between industrial energy efficiency and industrial employment and found a positive impact. So the study employed a quantitative approach with secondary data sourced from the World Bank and MIT Atlas Observatory Lab, and the study period is from 1994 to 2024, and the functional form is given by equation 1, which where industrial employment is a function of research and development, economic complexity index, technology, energy efficiency, capital formation, foreign direct investment, and financial development. And the regression model is given by equation number 2. So the estimation techniques, we have the unit root test, Phillips and Perron unit root test, and Dickens-Flour were applied, and to test for long run, the existence of long run relationship, and the model bounce test was used, and to determine the ARDL model was used to determine both long run and short run relationship among the model. Also, the Toda and Yamamoto causality test was utilized to test for causality and to diagnose the study. Normality test, serial correlation, and heteroscedasticity was used, and to test for stability of the model, Resme reset test was used. So let's look at the results, where we have table number 1, which presents unit root test results, and it presents the Phillips Perrin unit root test, where industrial employment, research and development, ECI tech, energy efficiency, capital formation, and financial development are non-stationary at level. Hence, the conclusion there is showing that it is integrated at or the I1, and it became stationary after being differenced once. And foreign direct investment was stationary at level. It didn't require any differencing. So the mixed order of integration guided the use of ARDL model. And on our right, we have table number 2, which presents various criteria, including the likelihood ratio, final prediction error, archaic SWAS, Hanen and Queen criterion. Each identifies the most suitable leg length indicated by an asterisk. And leg number 2 was most frequently identified as optimal leg length, which guided the selection for further analysis. And then table number 3, it presents the bounds configuration test.
2 minutes.
Okay, where the F statistics of 6.59 is greater than the lower and upper bounds, meaning that the long run relationship exists. And then due to time, I'm gonna skip to table number 4, which shows short run and long run results. We see the coefficient shows that research and development is positively related to industrial employment, where capital formation is also positively related to financial development. Financial development, energy efficiency is negatively related to industrial employment in the long run. And then the diagnostic test results shows that the residuals are normally distributed. There's no serial correlation and there's no heteroscedasticity. And also the model is correctly specified. The Toto Yamamoto causality test concluded that the research and development is the ITech FDI. They are Granger cause industrial employment. And in conclusion, the findings confirmed a long-run relationship between technological innovation, energy efficiency, and industrial employment in South Africa. Research and development significantly promotes industrial employment in both long-run and short-run, while energy efficiency has a negative long-run effect on employment. Government should increase investment in research and development and support industrial innovation to enhance employment creation. Moreover, the findings of this study may help policymakers in South Africa to consider the adoption of energy efficient technologies while providing skills development to minimize potential job losses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for also adhering to time. Without any waste of time, questions? I see 1, 2. Seems like they are the same people. 3.
No, thank you very much once again, HOD. My name is still Paswani. I'm still Mpashel. My question is rather critical in the sense that I'm in the technology transfer and innovation space. In your presentation, I was extremely hopeful that you could perhaps highlight one of the energy efficient technologies that you are contextualizing there. And I would like then to ask if there are any technological developments to resolve the research question you are dealing with. What technology readiness level are they at? And I think I'll just leave my question there. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Greetings once again. So in Limpopo, we have mining sector. We have mines in Tawazimbi, Skukuni, and Palaworo. And we also have agricultural sector. We have companies like ZZ2. In the agricultural sector, we have so in the agricultural sector, we have companies like ZZ2 and Westphalia. So my question is, how does your study apply to these sectors? Thank you.
As a researcher that you are, what would you recommend South Africa? What would you recommend to South Africa, knowing that the youth, you and I, 47.7 people, which is approximately 8.5 million youths, people aged from 17 to 35, are unemployed. With the two theories that you mentioned, what are your recommendations for South Africa so that the economy grows and develops?
Over to you, Ms. Nuker.
Okay, thank you. I will start with the second question about sectors such firms such as Z2. So my study is how technological innovation impact industrial employment, right? So with that, the technologies which maybe might be used in those firms are the ones which may impact employment or industrial employment. For example, if now they maybe find a certain machines that they can use in those on their firm, so it means it will impact labor badly, because now employees will no longer be needed who were performing that particular a production. Now they will be using the automation or the technology that it's the advanced technology. And then first question I can't recall very well, but I think that one I didn't consider it doing this, so I will thank you so much. I will look into that. And then the third one, it's what would I recommend to South African unemployed youth? So since I've said that what we need it's more investment in research and development. So the more government is investing in research and development, that might also help with the unemployment issue, because some of the people are there in the industries, but they lack the skills when advanced technology hits the industry. They lack the skills to utilize those technologies. So the firm had to let those people go. Thank you.
Just a quick one before you leave. Maybe I'm not the only one who's wondering. There are two concepts here: technological innovation and energy efficiency. But as you respond, you are only touching on technological innovation on industrial employment. So what is the relationship between these two concepts? Can you please go back to the mic?
Energy efficiency, between energy efficiency and industrial implement, that's what you're trying
Technological innovation and energy efficiency, what is the relationship? Because as you respond, as you talk about your topic, you are touching on technological innovation and industrial employment.
Okay, so energy efficiency, it gets in when it is improved, right? When it is improved, I'm sorry. Whew. Okay, so energy efficiency, we have the adoption of energy saving technologies. So it is related to technological innovation in that way.
It's fine. A round of applause. We'll engage at lunch. Thank you, colleagues. I've been alerted that we'll be going to lunch at 1:30. We even took 10 minutes of your time. I still want to check with organizers. Are we still having 1 hour for lunch? So meaning that we'll come back at, is it 2:20 or 10 past? Eh? 20 to 3. 20, 3:30, all of us, we are seated. We are not walking into the way. 3:30. 2. What time? No, 2:30, we are seated, colleagues. We are not walking in, we are seated. Do you agree?
high-valued products often realize economic development. Despite several policies that are put in place by the South African government in order to promote industrialization and export diversification, South Africa still continuously rely heavily on raw material exports. Therefore, the study aims to examine the effect of raw material export concentration on South Africa's development. By doing so, the study will check for the long run and short run relationship between the study variable. The study employs the resource case theory and the structural theory. The resource case theory argues that countries that are heavily reliant or heavily dependent on natural resource exports often experience lower economic development, whereas the structural development theory argues that for a country to experience a sustained economic development, that has to occur through the reallocation of resources from low productivity primary sector to higher productivity manufacturing activities. This paper made use of time series data from 1990 to 2023, which is obtained from the World Bank and the South African Reserve Bank. This is the functional model of the study, and it goes as follows. GDP per capita, which is a proxy for economic development, is a function of the HH index, which is a proxy for raw material export concentration, followed by the manufacturing value added, gross capital formation in terms of trade, which serve as the study's control variables. Now, moving on to the result. Before you go to the main analysis, the study has to run the unit test. The study has to run this unit test. The study has to run unit tests. This test is used to guide you in which model the study is going to be used. Now, the study employed the ADF and the PP unit test. The PP unit test in order to check for stationarity. Looking at the variable, the two tests revealed that the variables of the study are stationary at first difference. Now, this means that the study is going to make use of the Johansen contraction, and if contraction exists, it means that the study will use the VECM model in order to run the long run and the short run results. Going on to table 2 of the contraction results, looking at the two tests, the engine value test and the max engine statistical test, it shows that contraction does exist, which then means that we can continue to run the long run and the short run relationship between the study's variable. Now, table 3, looking at the long run results. The study found out that HHI has a negative and statistically significant relationship with South Africa's economic development. What does this mean? This means that when raw material export concentration, when the country focuses on exporting raw materials, the South Africa's economic development will decrease. These results are in line with the resource case theory and the study's problem statement, which stated that countries that are heavily rely heavily on raw material export experience low economic development. MVA, manufacturing sector, the gross capital formation and trade, in terms of trade, has a positive and significant relationship with South Africa's economic development, which means that an improvement in this variable will also lead to an improvement in South Africa's economic development. Now, when we go to table 4 of short run result, all the variables found out that the effect or the relationship with economic development is statistically insignificant. What does this mean? It means that changes in these variables take time to materialize or to show their effect on South Africa's economic development. If the manufacturing sector was to increase in the short run, the effect of that increase on South Africa's economic development will take time to show, hence the insignificant results. Moving on to diagnostic tests on table 5, the diagnostic test, we ran the serial correlation, heteroscedasticity, and the normality test. Both serial tests revealed that the study does not suffer from serial test. Heteroscedasticity test also revealed that the study does not suffer from heteroscedasticity. But with the normality test, shows that the residuals of the study are not normally are not, the residuals of study are not, with normality, it shows that the residuals of study are not normally distributed. So because literature supports that if serial correlation and heteroscedasticity, when you're using the VECM model, because the study does not suffer from serial correlation and heteroscedasticity, you are able to go ahead with the results, and that your long run and short run results do not show spurious results. Now, looking at figure 1 of impulse response, this is to show how the GDP, or rather economic growth, responds to the shocks, which are the immediate changes of this variable. It is shown that GDP, it is shown that South Africa's economic growth responds positively to immediate shocks, or rather immediate changes in the HH index and gross capital formation. Whereas when it comes to manufacturing value and the terms of trade, it responds negatively. Looking at table 6 of variance decomposition, this is to show that when we're looking at the period of 1 year, 5 years, and 10 years, it shows that South Africa's economic development is heavily reliant on its internal economic variables. This is to show that for GDP to increase in South Africa, or rather for economic development in South Africa to increase and to be better, it relies on its internal economic factors. This is also followed by this is shown by the increase of the percentage under GDP per capita from year 1 to year 10. Also, when we're looking at gross capital formation, it shows that also shows that it also shows that it also shows that it also shows that
2 minutes.
when we're looking at GFC, it also shows that the external factors affect economic development in South Africa, but although it's affecting it at an increasing rate. And then when the same thing applies to HHI, MVA, and terms of trade. Now, looking at the stability test, because the points are within the circle, it then means that the model is stable, and that the long run results and short run results of the study are not spurious results. In conclusion, the study found out that in the long run, raw material export concentration affects economic development. Negatively, whereas the other variables affect it positively. This is to show that as a country, we must focus on making sure that we improve our manufacturing sector, and also to make sure that the South Africa's export basket does not comprise of majority of raw materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zebentlani. You can use this 40 seconds to highlight your recommendations clearly with regard to your study. What do you basically recommend?
The study recommends that the South African government policymakers must sit down and make sure that they tackle factors that affect the manufacturing sector, because the manufacturing sector in South Africa is also, the manufacturing growth in South Africa is decreasing. So the only way to improve, or rather to have a diversified export basket, is to make sure that we improve our manufacturing sector. So if the South African countries focuses on taking action by improving and looking at the factors that negatively affect the manufacturing sector, then we can move from a raw material export dependency to having a mixed basket of exports. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the floor? 3. 1, 2. The last one. Okay, I'll ask a question for the last one.
Looking at South Africa's nominal GDP and GDP per capita, you only spoke about the manufacturing rate decreasing. So looking at nominal GDP and GDP per capita, do you think South Africa's economy is growing and developing? If yes, then why do we have a huge unemployment rate? And if no, can you kindly explain why?
Okay. All right. Are you ready? Okay, mine is two-parter. I want to know your methods. What is the research design and the kind of data you collected? And then also I'm confused. You said there was a insignificant finding somewhere. And then but you say it means it takes time to show. Insignificant, doesn't it mean maybe negative or no relations? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask my question before you answer. You spoke about two theories, resource scarce theory and structural change theory. But I would like to know, it's very important for us to know who established those theories and when. And also, how do you link these two theories? And how do you link them to your study?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I'll start with the second question. The second question is of the methodology that the study used. So the study used the Johansen test in order to check for co-integration, and because co-integration does exist, it further moved on to use the VECM, the vector error correction model, in order to run the long run and short run result, also variance decomposition, and the impulse response. Okay.
Can she answer all these questions and we will come to you, Prof.
Why did I say that? Okay, does insignificancy not mean negative or no relationship? Okay, so the relationship does exist between the variables. It's just that the effect of it is insignificant in the short run. So in my case, the insignificancy does not mean that the relationship is negative or it does not exist. If the relationship did not exist, the test would not have revealed the variables to say that these variables have a short run result. With the question of I have to state when and who came up with the theories. I do have that in my research. I'm sorry I didn't put them here, but I just don't remember their name. And how do I link the theories to the study? Yes, it is said that your theories have to build your model, but then independent on exporting raw materials is the reason why when we are holding everything constant, the economic growth, the economic development is not growing. With the question of do I think the economy is expanding or not? If yes, why is unemployment high? If not, why? I think this is in my opinion, I think that the economy is growing but at a little rate. Why is the unemployment high? The unemployment rate, I believe, is high because I believe is high because of, let me say, minimum. No, not necessarily minimum. The employment rate is high because there are just no jobs. There are just no jobs. I can't say we are not qualified because almost everyone, almost anyone in this room is qualified. There are just no jobs. There's a whole lot of requirement that says you must have experience. You get the degree, right? You get the degree, the required degree. You have to do an intern. They're telling you you have to know a certain data analyzing tool in order for you to be taken as an intern. So the unemployment rate is high because I believe that although yes we have the degrees, but we do not necessarily offer what the labor market requires. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tsabentlani, a quick one, Prof. Maybe it will assist her study because you are speaking on methodology. A quick one.
collecting secondary data? Thank you.
Yeah, methodology is very important. And I wasn't really answered, but because of time, I'll allow you to leave. So when you choose theories, you don't choose theories because it seems like they're related to your topic. You must be able to operationalize those theories to your study, justify them. And if you choose two theories, link them together to show the relationship between them. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Tsabentlane. Thank you very much. Molibatsi. Molibatsi is in. Do we have Molibatsi? Oh, okay. A round of applause.
Program Director, Prof. S.T. Sitati, Executive Dean of Faculty of Management and Law, Professor U.S. Sibanda, Vice Chancellor and the Principal, Dr. G.M. Mabelebele, Director of School of Law, Advocate M.T. Rapata, our distinguished keynote speaker, Honorable Deputy Chief Justice
Colleagues,
Lambo
let's
of
keep
Constitution
quiet.
of South Africa, distinguished professors, doctors, academic researchers, colleagues, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Oratile Stoffel Molawati from Department of Human Resource. Today I present my study titled The Impact of Ethical Leadership on Employee Performance and Organizational Commitment in South African Universities, the case study of University of Limpopo. I would like to begin with a question. What happened to organization when leaders have authority but lack ethics? What happens when employees no longer trust their leadership? What happens when fairness becomes selective, accountability becomes negotiable, and transparency becomes optional? These are not simply leadership questions, they are human resource questions. I would like to go to a title and research context. The study focus on impact of ethical leadership and employee performance and organizational commitment. I would like to go to slide number 2, which is the background of the study. Ethical leadership is grounded in principles such as integrity, fairness, accountability, and transparency. Within the universities, leaders influence organizational culture, employee behaviors, which are essential for teaching and research and community engagement. When leaders demonstrate ethical conduct, they can foster trust and motivation and encourage employees to perform effectively and contribute positively to organization. However, the presentation identifies research gap. There is a limited institutional level research specifically examining the effect of leadership on employee outcome at the University of Limpopo. The gap provides the foundation for this study. I'm going to slide number 2, which is problem statement. The problem is that South African universities face challenges involving employee dissatisfaction, organizational commitment, and performance and governance. Leaders practice that lack ethical consistency and transparency and fairness can negatively affect organizational effectiveness. at the University of Limpopo, there is a limited empirical evidence explaining the relationship between ethical leadership and employee performance and organizational commitment. Therefore, without institutional specific evidence, it becomes difficult to develop targeted leadership interventions. The study is directly responding to this gap. The aim of the study is primarily of studying seek to investigate how ethical leaders affect employee performance and organizational commitment at the University of Limpopo. There are 4 objectives, which firstly is to determine how the influence of ethical leadership on employee performance, and secondly to examine the relationship between ethical leadership and organizational commitment. Thirdly is to investigate employee perception of ethical leadership practice, and fourthly to recommend strategies for strengthening ethical leadership within the University of Limpopo. In simple terms, I want to understand whether the way leaders behave ethically makes difference to how employees perform and how committed they are to their organization. Now I'm going to research questions which follow directly from research objective. The study asks how ethical leadership affects employee performance and what the relationship between ethical leadership and organizational commitment, and how do employees perceive ethical leadership practice, and finally, what strategies can strengthen ethical leadership at the University of Limpopo. This question guides the study from identifying the problem. I'll go to a theoretical framework. The study is grounded in social learning theory associated with Albert Bandura. The theory proposed that individuals learn behaviors through observation and imitation of role models. In organizational, leaders are powerful role models. Employees observe what leaders do. They observe how leaders make decisions, and they observe how leaders treat people, and they observe whether the leaders demonstrate integrity and fairness and accountability and transparency. This provides a theoretical explanation for how ethical leaders can influence employee behavior and performance and organizational commitment. In shortly, employees don't listen to leadership, they watch leadership. And what leaders repeatedly demonstrate can become part of organizational culture. I'll go too quickly to literature review. Literature review focus on the 3 central constructs: ethical leadership, employee performance, and organizational commitment. Ethical leadership is associated with integrity, fairness, accountability, and transparency. Employee performance include outcomes such as productivity, efficiency, innovation, and service quality. Organizational commitment includes employee emotional attachment, perceived cost of living, and moral obligation towards the organization. This literature therefore provides conceptual basis for examining whether the ethical leadership is associated with stronger employee outcomes. The important point is that the concepts are not separate. Leadership behavior can influence employee attitude, and employee attitude can influence organizational outcome. I'll quickly go to the theoretical contribution of the study. The study seeks to extend the application of social learning theory within the University of Limpopo. It connects leadership theory with human resource management outcome by examining the ethical leadership alongside with employee performance and organizational commitment. Asking how does ethical leadership operate in our institutional context? Empirical contribution. The study empirically, the study aim is to provide evidence from University of Limpopo, an institution that has received limited attention in this specific area. Finding can assist university management in understanding how leadership behaviors affect employees. They can also support policy development and leadership intervention aimed at improving performance and organization. Ultimately, the research contributes to the broader human resource management literature on ethical leadership within the university. Expected data. The study expects ethical leadership to have positive influence on employee performance and organizational commitment. Ethical leadership is expected to promote trust, clarity, and motivation, which can contribute to improved employee performance. It also expected to strengthen employees' emotional attachment, sense of belonging to the organization. Other expectation outcome include improved job satisfaction and enhanced trust in leadership and stronger organizational effectiveness. So expected message is clear. When employee trust their leadership, understand the leadership and experience fair leadership, they are likely to contribute positively to the organization. Recommendations based on anticipated finding. The study based on anticipated finding, the study recommend strengthening ethical leadership through practical intervention. This include developing ethical leadership program that strengthen leaders' moral, competency, and decision making. Universities should also promote transparency and accountability in decision making. Employee participation should be encouraged because employees who feel heard more are likely to develop trust and commitment. Finally, universities should strengthen their ethical culture through clear policy and organizational value and regular assessment of leadership effectiveness. Conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with this. Organization cannot demand excellency from organization while tolerating poor leadership. It cannot demand commitment without creating trust. It cannot demand accountability from employee while leadership avoid accountability. And it cannot promote organizational value if those values disappear when difficult decisions have to be made. Therefore, ethical leadership must move from being statement on organizational policy to become lived organizational practice. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I now welcome question and critical engagement.
Thank you, Molebadzi. Thank you very much. We'll now take questions. As we take questions, as you answer, Mr. Molebadzi, kindly clarify me, what do you mean by expected findings? Please.
No,
One.
I'm still collecting data, so I didn't finalize my data collection.
We'll come to that. 1, 2, 3. In that order. Where is the mic?
Good afternoon. So sorry, I didn't catch your name. Molebadzi. Okay, Mr. Molebadzi. My question is based on, you mentioned that there is a gap between, I think you said ethical leadership and employee satisfaction and performance, and I forgot the other things you mentioned. But okay, first my question is, I want to understand when you speak about the leadership in universities, which level of leadership are you talking about? Because there's a hierarchy of leaders. So first I want to understand that. And then what evidence or data or facts that you have to support your point that there is a gap between ethical leadership and employee satisfaction and performance?
Thank you very much. So, in your presentation, I heard you highlighting something about the sufficiency of ethical leadership, right? So my question is ethical leadership really sufficient in improving employee performance, or there are other organizational factors that can also be included? And if they are, can you please highlight them out? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My question is very simple. How do you measure your variables?
So how do you measure ethical leadership and how do you also measure employee performance?
I will start with the third question. How do I measure ethical leadership? We saw in a literature review say ethical leadership is associated with characteristics like integrity, fairness, and those. So observation, that's how we measure ethical leadership. I think observation, we can measure that. Ish. And two question ish. I think you didn't catch me all right. So I don't understand your question. Yeah, if you have time, but only have second.
Oh, okay. First, I asked which level of leadership are you referring to? I agree, like in university specifically, because you have your vice chancellors and deans and all that, you know. So
Oh.
I wanted to understand the level first, and then the evidence that or data that you have to back up your point that you made that there is a gap between ethical leadership and employee performance and satisfaction and all that you mentioned. I wanted, yeah, evidence on that gap that you have.
I will engage the time is already.
Okay, I think the last one was, is it only, are you measuring performance management only with leadership, or are they other factors in an organization that we can, am I
Organizational
right?
commitment. He said,
Is it only leadership, commitment and organizational commitment?
yeah, only two variables. I only have
So
two.
there are no other factors that we can use to gauge performance?
No, this time we are focusing on these two variables. Leave others.
Okay, no, I'll not take follow-ups because the time is over. I think we should just give him grace and then we'll engage him because he's an honor student, and a warm round of applause. You did well. Russellity. Russellity, are you here? Okay, round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rasikele Tsepo. Then I'll be presenting a proposed study titled Investigating the Barriers into the Adoption of E-Governance in the Selected Municipalities in the Province of Limpopo. This study is motivated by the ongoing challenges which limits the e-governance adoption in municipalities located in the Limpopo province, despite the national digital transformation efforts. The study is also motivated by limited research focusing on specifically on e-governance challenges in Limpopo municipalities.
Mr. Raselede, sorry to interject. They're saying, can you kindly be still? Because there's live, so when you move around the mic, somehow they cannot hear you.
e-governance has emerged as one of the most significant public administration innovation in a sense that it enables governments to improve service delivery, accountability, transparency, as well as citizen participation through the use of information and communication technologies. So the term e-governance refers to the use of information and communication technologies in government operations, and it improves the overall government operations, as well as it also enhances public administration, as well as facilitating communication between government institutions as well as businesses and citizens. So the South African government has introduced various policies which were aimed to encourage government institutions to embrace digital technologies in governance. So policies such as the National Development Plan 2030, the Digital Economy Master Plan, as well as the National Integrated ICT Policy White Paper, and the National E-Government Strategy and Roadmap. Despite these policy interventions, most of the municipalities in the Limpopo province are still failing to adopt e-governance, and this result in inefficient service delivery, limited citizen participation, as well as reduced transparency. So it is for this reason that this study aims to investigate the barriers affecting e-governance adoption in selected municipalities and recommend strategies to improve its implementation and adoption. So the first objective of this research is to examine the concept and importance of e-governance and identify the major barriers affecting the adoption of e-governance. The third objective is to analyze technological, organizational, and policy-related factors which affect the adoption of e-governance. Then the last objective is to recommend strategies that will help municipalities to strengthen e-governance adoption. So the importance of e-governance lies in its ability to improve service delivery, transparency, accountability, and citizen participation. So most of the municipalities in South Africa use digital platforms to enhance administrative efficiency and public access to services. So there are several barriers that municipalities experience when it comes to adopting e-governance. Some of the challenges include inadequate ICT infrastructure, limited financial resources, poor internet connectivity, as well as shortage of skills personnel. So this study will be guided by the two widely recognized theories in information system and technology acceptance. These theories are the technology acceptance model and the division of innovation theory. These two theories are different, but they complement one another when it comes to explaining how individual and organizational factors affect the adoption of e-governance. So the technology acceptance model was developed by Rogers Davies in 1989 with an aim to explain why individuals accept or reject new technologies. So this theory is based on two perceptions. The first one is that the first perception is the perceived ease of use, which refers to an extent in which individuals believes that the technology is easy to understand and operate. The second perception is the perceived ease of the perceived usefulness of the technology that is being introduced. So the diffusion of innovation theory was developed by Everett Fred in 2003 to explain how new ideas, products, and as well as technologies spread throughout the organization, spread in the organization and societal systems. So the division of innovation theory states that innovation adoption occurs through communication through communication among the members of a social system. So this study will adopt a qualitative desktop research approach, and it will rely on secondary data for data collection. So peer-reviewed journals, books, government reports, as well as municipal documents will be analyzed to investigate the barriers affecting the adoption of e-governance. So this study will analyze the thematic analysis will be used to analyze the data collected through this will be used to analyze secondary data collected from all credible academic and institutional sources. So this study focus on the selected municipalities, which includes Lepelle, Nkumpi, Makado, Thulamela, and Collins Chaban. So the limitation of this study is that the findings will rely on secondary data and may not represent all municipalities. In conclusion, the study identified the key barriers to e-governance adoption in selected Limpopo municipalities. Addressing the identified barriers can improve service delivery, transparency, and accountability. The findings will support effective digital governance and informed policy decisions. The recommendations of this study will guide municipalities in strengthening e-governance implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasalete, also for sticking to time. Before I take you to the floor, I'm a bit puzzled. Maybe these questions will also emanate from the floor. As I look at your methodology now, you said it's a desktop study. Yes. But where is your literature? Where are the findings? Where are the recommendations?
It is a proposed study, so I haven't dived enough on the field since I'm still stuck on the presentation and on the proposal and wanting to collaborate with some scholars so that we can work on the paper.
Okay, I hear that, but literature you must have a snapshot of a literature because this is a desktop study.
Yeah, it's here, literature review.
No, it's fine, just to avoid dialogue. On your, what do we call, your theories, it's a theory and a model. Yeah. It means there's a theory and a model, but I only heard you speaking about Rogers. And you also again said it was adopted by Everett. And you also said Rogers. Which one of the two?
There's a model and a theory. A theory is the technology acceptance model. Then the second theory is the model, this one. Then the second theory is the division of innovation theory. So they are separate. The other one is developed by Rogers. The other one is developed by Everett.
Okay. No, it's fine. And it's 1995, not 1989. Let's go to the floor for questions. This is a lot. Eh? Let me start with a lady with cream white. Second, it's you. Let me take those who didn't raise their hands before. I think it will be fair. There's another hand there, number 3. We'll only take this 3. First, this lady here with cream white. Second, it's ma'am there. And then third, it's there at the corner.
My name is Ms. NP Mashishi, and since you have identified your study to be a proposal, though you have mentioned like the key barriers found in your conclusion, I would suggest, it's not a question, but then it's a recommendation or just a comment to say, please like try to find the key barrier within like the municipalities that you want to focus on, because like seems like it's your first time presenting, so I would advise you to be on baby steps. If ever there's a key barrier that you identified within the 4 municipalities, stick to it. If not, please focus on only your municipality where you come from. Then maybe have a comparative analysis with the municipality that you have seen have developed and successfully implemented the e-governance. Thank you.
Noted, thanks.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. I just want to caution that it will be good if Chair doesn't ask questions or comments, because there is adjudication that is taking place. It's like you are influencing adjudicators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session, for. Thank you very much for the opportunity. In fact, Madam who spoke before me, Mamuruti Mola, almost paralyzed me because I wanted to ask why key barriers before you could even undertake the study. Because my question to you was can you tell us what are those key barriers that are making municipality to fail in implementing e-governance? Coupled with that will be, if those are the barriers, what are your recommendations so that those municipalities can take advantage of e-governance?
Oh, thanks for the question. So you are basically asking for recommendations. Is that the question?
No. I think the question was at the end, remember, you said this is a proposal, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, when you're concluding, you said there are barriers. And then you also made recommendations. So a suggestion is that perhaps you highlight those barriers before coming to conclusion. That's why I asked, where is the literature? Because at the end, you highlighted the barriers and also recommendations. And colleagues, it's fine if the House agrees that I must stop asking questions. But in my mind, I thought this is a learning curve. And if some of the things they are missed, and these are ongoing study, I thought perhaps it's best that I ask questions or I comment so that you build towards strengthening your studies. But if you want me to withdraw, it's okay. I'll engage you outside. No, it's fine. Are you still answering questions?
Yeah, I wanted to
Okay.
highlight that to answer that one of barriers, because on slide number 5, it is highlighted that I'll be presenting the importance as well as the barriers of e-governance. Then on point number 3, the barriers were identified, and these barriers is inadequate infrastructure, ICT infrastructure, then limited financial resources, as well as shortage of skilled personnel. So that irregular, they were not attentively listening because I addressed that one.
Okay, before you take a seat, because this is my last opportunity to ask questions. Methodology is desktop. Your topic is saying selected municipalities. Then go think about that one. How are you going to conduct a study? Because immediately you say selected municipalities, it means you're going to collect data in those selected municipalities. But if you are going for desktop, it means you work on the literature. That's why I asked, where is the literature? You draw findings from the literature and then you recommend. I'll stop asking questions. A round of applause. Can we have Mbawani? Okay, while you are still preparing, I think there's something they want to clarify here.
Thank you so much. I'd like to differ with what Prof has said in relation to you influencing the adjudication. Firstly, I think because you're not one of the adjudicators or the committee members, you don't know what happens behind the adjudication. I don't see anything wrong with you asking questions. Maybe I would find it wrong or unacceptable for an adjudicator to ask questions. Not anyone else in the room, but adjudicators, maybe perhaps committee members, because they would have access to the tool as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Prof. That's why maybe am I asking difficult questions? She's still preparing. No. Eh?
It's this one. Yes. But I submitted two, so may you please check if it's correct first. I'll tell you if it's the correct one.
No, it's fine. I think on the time I'm on the, thank you for that. I think on the time I'm on the right track because I keep on checking. I think we're just highlighting on the fact that of asking questions. I don't even know how they even allocating marks. I've never even seen the rubric or whatsoever. So like I said, because they're still preparing, colleagues, for me when I present, for me it's itching that the floor does not ask questions. And you know why? Because I believe it's a learning curve. There's a learning curve. So when people ask questions from your study, they are enriching it. It's not trying to alienate you or something. They're trying to enrich your study. We are educating each other. There's no one who is a hub of knowledge. But if you want to present here, go and sit down without even a single question, then how are you learning? But it's fine, I'll allow the floor to ask questions. Those who might see that there is something that I can contribute will engage each other outside, it's fine. It's Makwarela also here. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Malebu Faith Mbowani, and I am currently enrolled in the Honors of Commerce in Accounting under the School of Accountancy. This is what the program is saying. Unfortunately, I'm not yet doing my master's. All right, hopefully there won't be any disruptions from now. Sorry about that. As I was saying, I am currently doing my honors of commerce in accounting under the School of Accountancy under the Faculty of Management and Law. And then this is my first research paper and it's currently not complete. I can present. can sit down. Good afternoon once again. Am I audible? Yeah, it's fine. Good afternoon once again. My name is Malebu Faith Mbowane and I am currently enrolled in the University of Limpopo for my honors in commerce and accounting under the School of Accountancy under the Faculty of Management and Law. And I will be presenting to you South African financial industry. We live in an ever-changing world, so it is not surprising that we are always exposed to new problems. Currently, AI cyber attacks have surged by 56%, costing $5 million per data breach globally. This is a 12% increase from the year 2025. South Africa itself is also not prone to these cyber attacks. According to Interpol, South Africa accounts for 92% of the ransomware attack in the whole of Africa. These cyber attacks result in operation disruptions. Corruption of financial information, as well as loss of data. This has resulted in cybersecurity disclosure demand from investors, regulators, and customers because cybersecurity disclosure helps them in decision making. This has become a key issue for the board because cybersecurity disclosure is dependent on sound corporate governance. Secondly, the board oversees cybersecurity and is responsible for developing policies and procedures around the developing and prevention as well as communication of cyber risks. On the other hand, management is also responsible for executing the policies and procedures in line with the board on cybersecurity. So the problem at hand here is that there is limited research on cybersecurity disclosure in developing countries globally, particularly the joint effect of board and management characteristics on cybersecurity disclosure, and this is supported by Herox and Fortin. Most studies focus on directors' attributes and management, but only in isolation. Most studies do not study the two components in one study. Therefore, this study seeks to examine the joint attributes of the board and management in South Africa's financial industry. Displayed on the slides are some of the trend analyses around the characteristics of the board and management that influence cybersecurity disclosure, just like your board expertise, as well as strong interaction between board oversight and management commitment to cybersecurity, as well as institutions with both strong governance structures as well. This study is supported by the theoretical framework of the agency theory and the upper echelons theory. The agency theory supports the fact that shareholders put directors in charge of their interests, and then what happens is that directors are able to align shareholders' interests and management's interests because they are more independent. Therefore, they are able to assess management performance effectively, also around decisions of what can be disclosed as cybersecurity. It also uses the upper echelons theory and supports the notion that management who has higher experience and expertise has the ability to deploy its resources in a way that is inclined to present more effective cybersecurity disclosure. And my research methodology, excuse me for the error on this slide, my research methodology is based on quantitative is based on a quantitative approach. My study will employ qualitative approach using secondary data from existing literature. I am going to develop a cybersecurity disclosure index from existing literature and use that to analyze the annual financial report of JSE listed companies in the financial industry. So you might wonder why the financial industry specifically. This is because the World Economic Forum has said that the financial industry is the most vulnerable of cyber attacks, and therefore this is a threat to financial stability in the world as a whole. So in my methodology, I further support studying the finance sector because firms that are listed on the JSE have to comply with King 4, now known as King 5. Therefore, they have to comply on the cybersecurity disclosures that King requires. In South Africa, most financial firms are advancing and incorporating tech. This is seen with your online banking functions as well as your cardless transaction. Therefore, it is clear that technology is being incorporated at the fast pace, making it more vulnerable every day. A number of banks in the financial industry are listed on the JSE. So this means I'll have a bigger sample to be able to test my data, such as your Capitec as well as your Standard Bank Group and Absa Group. And then on this slide, these are my ethical considerations. This study relied on secondary data. Therefore, there was no need for me to obtain any ethical clearance. However, necessary integrity and due care was applied. I did cite and reference all the articles of authors of which I've drawn conclusions on. So, sorry. So in conclusion, this study will improve cybersecurity through understanding the joint effect of management and the board. Secondly, it will add to the body of cybersecurity disclosure in developing countries. And thirdly, it will enhance transparency among financial firms when it comes to cybersecurity disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mbawane, for a great presentation. I'll now take questions, and I'm also expecting a question from Prof. March. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3. 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matlati. I'm also studying the same course as Malebu, but I found something really very interesting from your research. I just wanted to ask that, given that cybersecurity is becoming a major corporate governance issue, do you think that directors should be held personally liable when an organization suffers a major cyber attack due to inadequate cybersecurity governance? Thank you.
Can I please answer the questions one by one? Sorry.
Jot them down because it will save time when you answer.
Good afternoon. You mentioned that you mentioned a report that South Africa is accounts for, I think you said 92% of the cyber security threats or something.
Yes.
So my question is, do you have any case whereby South African financial system was a victim of such attacks?
Okay, I also have a question. In your presentation, you mentioned that the study, in your study, you mentioned that you will look at the director's characteristics and their influence on cyber security governance. So I want to ask, which characteristics do you expect to have the strongest influence on an organization's ability to manage and prevent cyber attacks, and why?
Okay, thank you. I'll answer Mahlatsi first. So, I believe that directors should not be held accountable just because there was a cyber attack on their entity, right? But this depends on the nature of what caused the inadequate cybersecurity disclosure, because even if we do have cybersecurity disclosure, companies will still be forever victims of cyber attacks. So directors can only be held liable if they're in contravention with Section 76 of the Companies Act, which says that a director is supposed to act in the best interest of the company and always apply professional due care and good faith. And then on the second question, asking if was there ever a case. So I wouldn't say a case particularly, but circumstances. Like sometimes you experience that your Capitec systems are down. That's normally because there's interception between unauthorized parties trying to enter or be in their network while they're not supposed to. So that is one of the examples. And also something recently happened this year at Wits, their systems were hacked. So in as much as that's not directly in the financial industry, but they also do have financial divisions in their school that were affected. And then on the last questions on which characteristics do I believe that can help the board displays proper cybersecurity disclosure. I believe that a board that has IT expertise and a board that is independent, because then that board will have the necessary knowledge and skill when it comes to cybersecurity risks, and also that board will also be independent and be able to be objective and act in the best interest of the company. Thank you.
Yeah, there's still 2 minutes.
Malebo, that was a good presentation.
Thank you.
So for your study specifically, we have the Protection of Personal Information Act, which is POPIA, right? And under POPIA, there is Section 22 that states that a responsible party that is within an organization has the duty to notify both the information regulator and the data subject, in which is you as a consumer or a customer, right? And another instance where a data breach had happened was when Discam was hacked or Lancet was hacked. And both those two organizations,
You are left with 2 minutes. So please check the time on the screen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Murungwa Wamakwarela. The title of my presentation is A Critical Analysis of Procedural and Substantive Fairness of the Implementation of Lockouts by the Employers in the South African Workplace. One may ask, what is a lockout? A lockout is a mechanism that comes from the collective bargaining. It serves as a counterpart
to the right to strike. So a lockout is a tool that is used by the employers in order to make the employees adhere to their demand. So my study is motivated by the need to assess as to whether does the current legal framework protect the employees when the employer implements lockout. And another motivation is that we are developing as a country, we have platform employees. So does the LRA cover them when they are facing deactivation? So let's move. I used qualitative research methodology whereby I assessed the legislation, the case laws, and the journals. So moving to the research question, my focus is on to what extent does the LRA regulate the procedural legality of lockouts in the South African law? And I acknowledge the fact that we already have Sidumo case whereby we have developed the principles of fairness. Now my question comes to say that if we are saying that we already have the substantive fairness in Sidumo, are they applied in practice by the employers when they implement a lockout? Another thing is that we have a replacement of labor law. Replacement of labor law means that when an employer implements a lockout, he can use replacement of labor law. So my question now comes in to say, what is the impact of replacement of labor law during lockouts? And to what extent does the use of lockout under the LRA enable the employers to undermine the employees' rights? So the legal framework, the first one is the constitution of the country, which is section 23. We are saying that everyone has the right to fair labor practices, meaning that in implementing a lockout, we are regulated by section 23. Another thing is that we don't have, unlike the right to strike, we don't have a separate constitutional right to lockout. We rely on section 23, subsection 5. And lockout is defined by the Labor Relations Act, section 213. It has the following elements. Exclusion, meaning that the employees are excluded from the workplace in order for them to agree to the demand made. And the demand made, it is of mutual interest. Then we move to the literature review. The first aspect there is the procedural fairness as supported by Landman. Landman acknowledged that we are relying solely on section 64, which says that there must be compliance with this requirement in order for us to say this lockout is protected. Now, what about fairness? What are we saying about substantive fairness? So we are regulated by section 64, which comes in to say that before you implement a lockout, there must be a referral made to the council or CCMA. Then the council or CCMA, they will make a certificate. If 30 days have lapsed without receiving a certificate, therefore you can now implement a lockout. We understand that CCMA is dealing with many things. So the reason underlining lockout may be unfair, then the CCMA may not get a chance to see that. Then after 30 days, the employer may now implement a lockout. Then when we move to the case of Tausa, I can say that case of Tausa support us. It support us by saying that because in this case there was a dispute as to whether does this lockout is it justifiable? Do we say is it protected? But the court said because it lacks an element of section 64, even if the reason underlining the lockout is valid, but the fact that it lacks adequate notice, therefore they said it is not fair. Therefore we say we rely on solely section 64. Now when we move to the substantive fairness, we are saying that we don't have a clear definition. We do have the substantive fairness principles which are recognized in the Sidumo case. But now we say in practice, when an employer say, I want to make changes on this, employers solely rely on section 64. Now our question is that substantive? Is the employer's intention in line with the constitutional values? Now when we move to the use of replacement labor, as I've outlined last, to say that with lockouts, if there is a lockout or if there is a strike going on, the employer can reply by a lockout. While replying by a lockout, the employer can use replacement of labor. Now my question comes in to say that if we are using replacement of labor, are we not pressurizing the employees in adhering to the demands? Okay, I'm crying, I'm not. Are we not pressurizing the employees to settle for the worst term so that they can get back to work? And another thing is that we have collective bargaining. The reason the employees strike is because they want to make their demands aware to the employer. The moment we apply replacement of labor law, are we not defeating the aim of strike? Now in conclusion, I still acknowledge that lockout is important as it serves a counterpart to the right to strike, and also it allows the dispute of interest to not go to the higher level of litigation, to be resolved within the workplace to ensure that the demands of the employer are heard and the demands of the employees are heard. But we need a substantive regulation of lockout to say that the employers must not abuse their power. The employers must ensure that whatever that they are putting on the table is in line with the constitutional values. So replacement of labor law needs to be analyzed as to what extent are we using replacement of labor law. Is it to put pressure, or is it to keep the production going? So in my recommendation, I made a mistake by saying introducing, because already we have Sidumo case. So we have to strengthen substantive fairness in the lockout framework. Another thing is that we need to clarify the regulation of replacement of labor law. We need an express constitutional recognition to the lockout for a consistent judicial interpretation. With the last one, it is supported by the fact that when I was doing my research, is that many cases when they are dealing with lockout, they use the judiciary of strike. The two are different because the two parties have different powers. So we need an express constitutional recognition to the lockout for a consistent judicial interpretation. And another one is that we need to refer to the Germany law. The reason why we need to refer to the Germany law is because Germany is already developed, meaning that they are not focusing only on the procedural compliance. They also have principles of proportionality to say, before you are implementing, what is the balance? Before you are implementing, what is the necessity of implementing? Before you are doing replacement of labor law, to what extent, and are you hearing the demands of the employee? Ndodibuwa, thank you.
Thank you, Mahwarela, for respecting time and for a great presentation. Let me quickly take it to the floor. We still have time. Maybe I can take 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thanks very much, Chair of the session. Good afternoon. My name is Kabelo Mashishani. So, since your study is advocating for fairness in lockout, how can we extend the protection to the platform workers because they are not fully supported by the South African law? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Mahwarela, for the wonderful research. So my question is with regards to procedural and substantive fairness, right? So in your introduction, you did touch on substantive and procedural fairness. So what is the difference between procedural and substantive fairness when it comes to the implementation of a lockout? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. My name has not changed. I'm still Paswan Mphahlele. Very great, very beautiful presentation, my dear sister, a thumbs up. We clock it in today's language. My question is, otherwise, having listened to the Deputy Chief Justice earlier on, suggesting that we need to move away from, in whatever form or design, taking inspiration from other people far away from our realities. I'm trying to challenge your request or your recommendation for us to look at Germany as a model. Because as we speak right now, maybe this would assist in terms of complementing your work as well. Germany is downgrading developmentally because of the war in Russia and Ukraine. For many years, for example, people have never used the home. Today, people in Germany have gone back to doing exactly that, showing you that they are trying to minimize costs on the basis of the war on oil and other areas. Now, is this lockout interpretation with its case laws, cities or your private companies, or it is something that could be contextualized in the application of grants management for capacity development? I'm trying to check if we could use your work to advance something in that space. Thank you very much.
Ms. Mahwarela, you can respond.
Thank you for the question. The first one was about how can we extend protection to the platform workers. We understand that in the labor market we are developing and the platform workers are here. Therefore, the first thing that we need to do is that we must extend protection to say that let us give them the status of employee. The reason why I'm saying that is because with the platform employees, I think they are also platform worker is deactivated from a system in order to adhere to a certain demand that the app make. That is a lockout on its own. So our law must go back to say that the platform workers, let us give them the legal status of employee. The moment we give them the legal status of employee, then we say they must adhere to section 64 of the LRA because they fall within the scope of employment. The second one is the difference between procedural and substantive fairness. The procedural fairness is when we say there are steps to be taken. It is when we say before you implement, go to the CCMA. That is a procedure. Then with the substantive fairness, that is where we say the demand that you are making, let it be reasonable. If you are saying you are reducing the salaries by 10%, can we please have the justifiable reasons? The moment you say you are doing retrenchment, can we please have the reason for your demand? Meaning that in making the demand, do not make it your own. In making the demand, be able to be guided by the constitutional values. Is that reasonable? Are you aligning with the constitutional values? Then the last question is about comparative. So I am doing my master's in labor law, so I wouldn't know where can we go to the social or what. But with my focus, I'm doing master's in labor law. My focus is in the workplace. So I want to know as to whether do we have any lockout in the social sector? Do we have any lockout in the financial sector? My focus is on the employees in South Africa. And another thing with comparative, I've learned in research methodology to say that it is not a must to always compare, but there is a need to compare. But while I was doing my research on a desktop, I found that many scholars are questioning the substantive fairness, but they are not developing. Therefore, I said, let me go and check the other countries. But with Germany, it was the one with the framework. You can say Germany is downgrading, but they are not abolishing their rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mahwarela. I think this brings us to the end of our first session. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for bearing with me throughout since morning. Those whom I have stepped on their toes, my sincere apology. Don't take it to heart. I didn't mean to. As I go and sit down, let me take my freedom to ask questions. Thank you very much. I'm not sure the organizers will give a direction because you missed tea break. I don't know if he's still there or Prof. Nkuna is going to take over now.
All right, colleagues, can I have the following presenters? Can I have Nukeri, Tseba Ntlani, Mulebati, Rasilete, Mboani, and Mahwarela? Thank you.
Colleagues, about tea break, they're saying you can go and grab only for 10 minutes. You can come and sit down here so that we proceed because we don't have time.
The introduction is that we know in Africa, we have got so many changes, especially technologically, economically, and there is this thing of climate change and migration, and even the issue of regional integration. We have got that changes. So for achieving the goal, it's important that the law, the regulation, and justice, they are essential so that we are able to achieve sustainable development within Africa. And that on doing that, it will be able for us to protect vulnerable individuals and even other stakeholders, and even by doing so protecting the human rights. We know that a law and justice influences how resources are governed with and protected and even shared. We have got a problem now of this thing of urbanizations and land pressures and migration, which is the major problem within Africa, within an African continent. And by mere having that urbanization and land pressures and migration, it on its own, it strains the existing regulatory capacity that we are, as Africa we are heavy. Economic change and the growth of digital economy also, due to that, it raises a new legal and enforcement challenges. Then we move to a problem statement. A problem statement, we are faced with many challenges, and as Africa, experiencing many challenges, such as weak enforcement of the laws as Africa, and even corruption, inequality, and the differences between national legal systems. We do have that problem. And by having those challenges, most of the time, they undermine the sustainable development and will be a lack of protection of human rights. Many legal frameworks it doesn't convert sustainable commitments into practical obligations, meaning that we have got laws wherein we are not even implementing them. As African countries, we have got many legal frameworks. We even have got some reports wherein, like SD, although the issue of we don't be able to enforce those laws. Enforcement and access to justice are even limited deterrence and remedies, fragmented laws and weak coordination undermine policy coherence across sectors. Communities, they are facing barriers to contesting environmental harms and there is a procedural delays and limited technical capacities which undermine effective adjudication. Weak support to victims and limited remedies can erode public trust. Research questions. We come from the research question. There we are saying, how can law enable sustainable development? How can the existing laws, how can the existing regulations, how can the existing laws be able to promote sustainability within Africa? Then what works to improve access to justice? We know that there are a lot of challenges. I will touch the issue of Sidumo's Groot bombs case, wherein there were people who are living in a poor conditions. Those poor conditions they were living, they even complained to court. Constitutional Court is the one that ruled that as government, we are not doing justice to these people because These people, we are not enforcing the section 26 of the constitution, meaning that that's why I'm saying what works to improve access to justice to poor people, to vulnerable people, because we have got vulnerable people who doesn't know anything about the law. How should regulations adapt to the change? How can the law remain relevant in the face of climate change, immigration, and technological change? How should adaptive regulation and periodic review be incorporated into sustainable governance? How can cross-borders issues be addressed through harmonization and cooperation? The objectives of the study is to identify the key and regulatory challenges to justice and sustainable development, and even evaluate the enforcement capacity, because as African countries, we do lack issue of enforcement. We are unable to implement whatever we have agreed on. The implementation is a problem in African countries, and even the coordination remedies on sustainable outcomes. Develop practical policy recommendations. There should be some policies on legal and institutional reform. The recommendation and conclusion: strengthening sustainability mandates through clear duties, standards, and measurable obligations, harmonized regulations across sectors and levels of government to improve coherence, institutionalize adaptive review mechanism to update rules as conditions evolve. Enforceable law and effective justice are key to sustainable development in a changing Africa. Bridging gaps requires stronger compliance system, coordinated governance, and accessible remedies. Targeted legal and institutional reforms can enhance accountability, resilience, and public trust. I thank you.
A round of applause. Excellent. She saved the time, and that was straight into point. Like I've said, only 3 questions. No preamble, no introduction, no, you just shoot to the question. The presentation was very clear. Thanks, very clear. 1. I need a second one. 1, I see 1. I don't want question which will be triggered by the answer or the question from the question and just like that. I just need 1 question. Any other question? Can I count 1? I count 2. 3 is gone. You have time to pose your question. No introduction, no preambles, no backgrounds, or pose the question. You have something to write. I can borrow you my pen. Okay, it was going to be free.
Free.
Yes.
Free of charge.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just maybe a bit lost. Or maybe I was not listening properly, I don't know. You'll clarify me. I feel like the topic is too broad. It has many components that can be broken down into different topics on its own. So my problem when I was listening is trying to catch what is it that you are focusing on? What is the study trying to tell us? What is the problem that you see in Africa concerning the sustainable development in Africa, as you have said? Because you're talking about Grootboom, you're talking about sustainable development, you're talking about implement. So it's, I think for me it was a lot. So maybe if you can just break it down. What is the problem and what are the recommendations? And also the literature review that you have used in terms of the problem that you've recognized. Thank you.
That's, yeah, you can deal with that.
As I've said, that it's still a proposed study, but I can highlight wherein now I will say that the study mostly, I've realized that in African countries, we've got that tendency of sitting around. We are like to sit around like this and discuss about a lot of things. Especially when, you know, when we are talking about sustainable development, it goes to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and this thing of Agenda 2063. You see, we are mostly discussing about that thing, but the issue is the implementation. We have got an implementation gap within an African countries.
That makes it very clear. Thanks very much. Can you give a round of applause? You have been the best in my, thanks very much for setting the standard. She's done. Yes, I said 3 questions, then I had only 1. Then she's clarified, and I think she's very economic on time and so effective. Then my next presenter is Hwale. I hope you have uploaded. You can give him a round of applause as he's ascending the stage. He's going to talk about governance and ethical leadership. Yeesh. This is the sensitive one, given the time that the holding for local government elections. You can see what is happening and the nominations and all of those things. Then just to make you at ease, it's my space. I won't ask you any question, but I hope you'll engage. Then Tate Hwale is still setting up. Yeah, still setting up. Please, I hope these things won't disappear. I hope. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing well on time because now I'll be having another speaker. Then we can have enough time to engage and discuss other issues. While reflecting on the issue of research, you know, one need to be pointed much, because in research, in as much you can be coming from law, from social sciences, from HR, where you have a cause-effect theoretical frameworks, but you need to be directly pointed because it's in a scientific space. I know in law they're dealing with what they call it doctoral studies, because they don't have formulas and whatever from what comes from other sciences. But it needs to be very directed and to the point. As you can see, I believe here, our next speaker is going to be interesting because issues of ethics in local government is becoming everyday discussion. Can make an indication when, if that is not working, I can borrow him mine. I think he gave me the best one. It's fine.
Is it not supposed to be flighting here? Shoot straight. Okay, it's fine. Good afternoon, colleagues, scholars, professors, and thank you very much, Prof. Nkuna. It's unfortunate that we are presenting during this, late hour session where we're supposed to be sharing a lot of information with many of you. I will not bore you with a lot of theory. I'll speak from the top of my mind because this is what I've been doing for more than 12 years. What I'll be covering, the theme is governance, ethical leadership as catalyst for sustainable service delivery in African municipalities. A case study, Blouberg Municipality District, CDM, South Africa. The purpose will be to examine, we were examining the frameworks and the ethical leadership practices that influences service delivery in Blouberg. What we have done here was for us to check whether there is any correlation between governance, ethical leadership, and sustainable service delivery in a local municipality. And the theoretical underpinnings here, we concentrated on 2 theories, public value theory and new public management. And I'm quite sure that those of you who are in the space of public administration, you might be aware that your public theory was actually invented by Mike Moore in 1995, and your public management theory at the latest in the 20th century, when they were bringing into the public sector innovative ways that were actually employable in the public sector, because by that time the theorists thought, the methods that are or where applicable in public sector were not as effective as compared with those in the private sector. Hence the new public management theory. And I specifically went for public value, given the fact that your section 152 of the Constitution clearly mandates the municipalities as the third sphere of government, you know, to deliver services as mandated by the legislature. And of course, read with section 195 of the Constitution, for sure you are quite fair or privy to the ethics and authors of public administration, what is required of those of us who are serving in that space. Well, the scholars, variety of scholars' writings were actually interrogated, which I will not bore you with them now, but we have gone into thorough literature review to establish or to check as to what is it that other scholars are saying insofar as ethical leadership governance in relation to sustainable service delivery, informed in South Africa by the National Development Plan. And of course, internationally, somebody has already spoken to your service, your sustainable development goals. That informs us how we should be relating to the inhabitants in various municipalities. Here we are dealing with this case study, Blouberg, which should inform you that we have used a qualitative research design in order for us to get lived experiences from people in Blouberg. And we have even sampled, we did not go to all this, the entire 192,000 plus of inhabitants in Blouberg. The methods that we have used to generate information from the methods that we have used to generate information from our sources. And information, once we have our sources, and information, once we have sourced that information or garnered that info, whether the information that we have gathered or we have generated from the people that we have interviewed can indeed be validated, you know. And in that exercise, we could indeed determine that the information that then we got, because we even did that, read with the secondary information that we have generated, your reports, your MPEG reports, your AG reports, you know, the fact that that municipality was actually given the best award given their public participation model. The entire country, the entire continent of Africa, Blouberg was given that award by good governance as the best rural local municipality with the best public participation model. So those reports actually, you know, supported the information or the data that we have primarily amassed from all those that we have interviewed. And these are the principles of good governance. If we cannot be accountable, responsible, effective, efficient, equitable, and ensure that the Constitution as the supreme law of the country, as so declared in Section 2 of the Constitution, we don't ensure that what we do at the local space or what they are doing in that municipality actually meets fulfills your Bill of Rights, then you will not be doing what is expected of you as the local municipality. I've spoken to this, the Auditor Generals, the Constitution, you know, as we are trying to gain whether there is any correlation of this sustainable service delivery with good governance and leadership. Indeed, the findings, let me not bore you with the challenges. The lack of consequences management, poor activism, participation, hordes of malfeasances, deliberate bearing of roles and responsibility, political interference, limited skills in some areas, a service delivery protest here and there. But all of this thing aggregated show that it will not be, Blouberg municipality will not be in that space of actually fulfilling its mandate of delivering services uninterruptedly to its inhabitants if there was no integrity-driven leadership. If they were not having leaders who are actually maintaining their lanes. And as a result, the end result showed that I've spoken to the methodology qualitative study. I've spoken to that and how we collected. And of course, we used your thematic analysis when we were actually getting to the point of, validating whether the information derived was correct. NIVOV version 14 was utilized to assist us in getting to better result. And recommendations continue with good public participation model, regular ethics, consequences on unethical behavior, strengthen internal controls, clear performance standards, poor performance should be addressed fairly and equitably, strengthen ethical leadership. At the end, community participation, word-based consultation, as these are some of the things that were used by good governance as yardsticks to measure why this municipality has good leadership, which is actually doing everything that shows that there's good governance in that municipality. And we can safely conclude, as per the study undertaken, good governance and ethical leadership are important catalyst for sustainable service delivery in Africa municipalities. Effective good governance promotes accountability, transparency. And we are saying the method used by Bloberg is replicable, must be recommended to all other municipalities at the same scale as Bloberg local municipality, because they have good leaders and ethical leadership who understand what good governance is, who are making sure, despite the insufficiency of the resources, to deliver services to their people as satisfactory as they can. Thank you very much.
You can keep that one. Was also very efficient, effective on time. You still have 4 minutes and some seconds to have questions. 3 questions. Something about the catalyst. 3 questions. I'll see 1 at the back. 2 here. Can I get a 3rd one? The 3rd one. On the count of 3. The 3rd one here. No question 1. The 3rd one here. No question 2. The 3rd one here. No question 3. It is gone. It is gone. Fire from that angle. You have something to write. I can borrow my pen for free. Oh, you got
Since you were talking about governance and what's this, ethical leadership, I want to ask you a question based on illegal mining. Do you think illegal mining laws are weak, or it's the enforcement itself, regardless of the South Africa's Mineral and Petroleum Resource Development Act of 2002?
Okay, I think that's not it. And the second one is coming from here. Second one from
Good afternoon, sir. Actually, I'm happy that you are doing your research on the Blueberg local municipality, because I'm from there myself. So mine, I think, is rather more of a comment than a question. I hear that you mentioned that the municipality received an award for the best rural municipality. I forgot that category mentioned, but I believe that perhaps we have different experiences on how the municipalities run, because if it was by my experience, by where I come from. I wouldn't even put the municipality in that category because our, no, no, listen, that's why I'm saying that maybe we have different experiences based on the service delivery that we receive from the municipalities, because from where some of us come from, I'm from Bochum, by the way. Hamalebo, Hamanak.
Muhammad Bochum. Finish.
Yeah.
What
So,
9?
Yes. I mean, from my village, we had no water for many years. I haven't been there in a while. But the last time I was there, that they just put JoJo tanks in there for years, and then there are no boreholes or whatever. So I think that maybe our research, we ought to go deeper into these communities to find out really if indeed what the services of the other people are receiving, they are the same as what we are receiving. So I think maybe our research should go deeper into that.
It is fine. I could feel you wanted to go further, but you can engage him during tea time or during dinner if the dinner is going to be there. You can take it from there. It was only 2.
Well, I'll start with the what 9. Mkhalawa Malwo. Well, you are fortunate. I know all the words from what 1 to what 22. If you understand the mandate of local municipalities, you will understand why that local municipality got that award. A local municipality, Bloberg is not water service authority. Capricorn is water service authority. They are the water service provider. So if the budget was to be devolved to Bloberg, so that the Bloberg municipality used the budget for water to intervene where communities are lacking that resource, it will be something else. So you can't apportion that blame at Matama, because she's just the mayor there, CDM. The argument or the debate now, if I were to talk to why this study has some gaps, Prof. Mukwele, I'll be saying is a challenge to some of you students who should go and study, whether we still need to have your provinces or your district municipalities, so that the budgets can be devolved to the local municipalities that are at the nearest spheres, of government that delivers the services. You can't blame Bloberg for you not having water in Pulopolo, Amanaka, Nereng, and all of those. It's not their competence. If they do that, the Auditor General will find against them. MDRPA, and the other thing, young people in your numbers, you are more passive. No? You don't engage in serious citizen activism meeting where you must be telling your leaders what to do and what not. So you spend most of the time, you don't consult, you don't go to IDP meetings, they take decisions on your behalf. MDPRA, Mineral Development Petroleum Act, my brother at the back. You can't solve every problem in South Africa through enforcement. Citizens at some point must take responsibility of saying no to some of these illegalities that we see. You can see when you go to Beggarsford, people are even mining in people's yards, right? It's as complicated as GBV. If you were to expect government to even come and police your bedrooms, imagine the quantity of police people that we need. It's so complicated because some of these people, it's us that encourages them to do this illegal mining that you do. Illegal migration is one of the topical challenges, Prof. Mokwel, acting today here on behalf of Prof. Koma. Some of those things don't need, many other people. What I've seen with academics, we tend to be, I don't know how to put it, Prof. Mukwele. Academics, we want these people to decide for us. When they are actually messing, then we start saying, no, these are wrong people. This is your opportunity for now. Go and, okay, It's fine, thank you.
Thanks for, so let's give him a round of applause. He captured me, and then I have to let 2 minutes overlap. And thanks very much, and thanks for the engagement. That's one of the findings which are very unique in terms of our local government. That's why your comment in there. I want to check. I had reserved some minutes for the last speaker. Mokolo, is he or she here? Mokolo, maybe I'm RK. Are you here? Yes, you will be the last speaker for this session. Yes, this is your time now. I was worried that I was shaking. Can you give him a round of applause? As his coming is very interesting as you hear what others are researching, and that's why the unique findings which provoke some commentary, especially in our local government system. And thanks for clarifying the various allocations which municipalities have. You check in Waterberg, all the municipalities in Waterberg, they have got all the authorities. But those who are on this side, where we need water so disparately, they were not given that. That's what the judge was talking about, the dam. The dam is where I'm coming from. 14 years now, things are not happening. Millions are being spent. And people are blaming the local municipalities. And local municipalities got nothing to do because that fund is managed at the district level. So it's a question which needs to be addressed. Mokolo, the stage is yours. And then hit very hard because you'll be the last speaker for the day. Okay. And then we're looking forward to engage you within those 3 questions. Won't add the questions. They'll remain 3. I can give you mine while they're struggling because you can hold it. It's very nice to hold it. I'm telling you, try it.
I'm not a pastor, so.
No, try it today and you are using mine. Use it.
It's for pastors. Okay.
The timer can start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rudolph Mokolo. I was told I'm the last one. What time do we end? So I can have more than 30 minutes.
Fortunately, no. No.
Okay. So my study, I'm studying Doctor of Administration in Development Planning and Management. My study is mainly on a gap between on the relationship between communal land tenure and housing finance. I think most of us are from the rural areas. Okay, I assume. We are from the rural areas, and in those rural areas where we grew up, it took our parents a very long time to build. In comparison to those in urban areas, it took them, they just apply for a bond and they can build and live in that house while our parents are still buying 15 bags of cement per month. So my research problem is that communal landholders cannot easily access mortgage bond finance because communal land rights are generally not registerable or transferable, and hence they face limitation in terms of access to residential housing finance. To make the problem clearer, I just did this process flow to say you have a rural house or a property which is under a communal land. You go to a financial institution, you apply for a loan, they would just decline because it's in a communal land or it has PTO, it doesn't have a title which they can use as a collateral. Okay, the key terms that comes in this study is communal land tenure, housing finance, sustainable rural settlement development, sustainable development goals, and the National Development Plan 2030. And the aim of the study is to examine the effects of communal land tenure systems on housing finance, access, and sustainable rural settlement development in South Africa. And the specific objectives is to examine the relationship between communal land tenure and housing finance, to analyze governance, institutional and policy barriers, to propose policy interventions to improve financial inclusion and sustainable rural settlement development. So in terms of the literature, the study adopted property rights theory, which in short talks about the formal property rights in conjunction to access to credit, which is, we can say, mortgage bond finance. And there is registerability of titles which enhance the chances of being approved. And the institutional theory, which talks about how institutions shape behavior. So in this study, it's used in relation to the property rights theory, where we say maybe they are pursuing the traditional governance structures as institutions that are not managed properly or does not give sufficient or does not give financiers comfort to can finance a property that is in rural areas or that is under communal land tenure. And the considerations in terms of legislations, it's the Constitution, Section 25, which talks to land reform measures and address historical inequalities, as well as Section 26 that talks to access to adequate housing. And we have the Extension of Security of Tenure Act 62 of 97, which protects tenure rights, of occupiers of land and regulate eviction processes. However, this piece of legislation applies to farms mostly. We also have Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act of 2003. We have the Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act 16 of 2013, which is called SPLUMA. The act was meant to empower local municipalities to regulate all areas within their jurisdictions. However, the regulations has not reached the communal land areas. And the policies is National Housing Code, the National Development Plan of 2030, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals, the goal number 11. In terms of literature, communal land tenure systems on communal land tenure systems and access to formal housing finance, the study discovered that formal housing finance depend largely on secure property rights, and the customary land tenure has limited financial recognition in terms of the financial institutions' requirements. And in terms of governance and institutional and policy factors, the literature says effective governance supports housing finance, and fragmented institutions constrains financial institution, and also discovered that weak coordination limits investment into in rural areas, which on the flip side affects sustainable rural development. I don't know what happened. My thing disappeared. Can we pause time maybe? Yes, I can still see it here. Okay. And the policy approaches, integrated policies strengthen financial inclusion as with the NDP 2030 as well as SPLUMA largely promoting spatial transformation and better policies for integration which support sustainable rural settlement development. Okay, it's back. The methodology used in this study, it's a qualitative desktop study where we used peer-reviewed literature, legislation and policy documents, government and international reports, which combined we used thematic analysis. The results and discussions, key findings is that conventional mortgage finance remains largely inaccessible because communal land rights are generally not accepted as collateral by financial institutions or banks. And the fragmented governance and weak institutional coordination hinders housing finance accessibility, where literature also supports that governance reforms, innovative financing mechanisms, and stronger policy integration can improve financial inclusion. And the recommendations thereof are the integration of customary land governance with formal housing finance systems, develop alternative collateral mechanisms for communal land without taking away the status of communal lands. Strengthen coordination between government, traditional authorities and financial institutions, as well as to promote financial inclusion to support sustainable rural development. And in conclusion, sustainable rural settlement development requires governance reforms that enable communal landholders to access appropriate and inclusive housing finance without taking away the status of the type of land ownership. Ladies and gentlemen, these were the references that were used. Thank you.
Thanks very much. He spared 4 minutes of his time. You can just hold it there. Do you have a pen and something to write on? Because now I want to open for questions. I wanted 3 questions. Then just my side of the eye can see that I got more than that. Let me see how I can manage this. He raised 2 hands, but it's one. Yes, 1. And then 2. And then 3. You will be the last one. You can fire from the, do you have something to write on? Okay, it's fine. You can fire from the back. That's a very interesting topic.
Thank you for
I'll
the
make a comment about something. Yes, sure.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is, does your study focus on the interim protection of Informal Lands Rights Act, because the Communal Land Rights Act was repealed in 2010, and in particular, what does it address in terms of the permission to occupy certification? The PTO.
Permission to occupy. PTO is popular in the rural areas. PTO. Yes, the second one.
Thanks very much, Prof. My name is Kabelo Mashani, and I come from a very deep rural area in Sohosese under Greater Letaba municipality, and the land is under traditional authority with no title deed. So my question is, how can people from those areas get housing finance without a title deed? Thank you.
That was the study, yes. The third one. You are the last, but she'll finish. You are the last.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the great presentation. I don't know to what extent you used the Traditional and Governance Framework Act, but that act has been repealed and it's been replaced by the Traditional and Quiescent Leadership Act. So maybe that's the act that you need to refer to other than the Traditional and Governance Framework Act. Thank you.
Did you got that one? Thanks very much, then, madam. You are the last one.
Thank you very much. What an interesting topic. I have contributions to your study and one question. Firstly, I want to check, is this a topic for your thesis?
It's a doctoral. The moment
I
become.
just took a fraction of my study and focused on just the literature.
Okay.
But the study is still developing.
Okay, thank you. There are three concepts at interplay here in terms of your topic: communal land tenure, housing finance access, and sustainable rural settlement development. But in terms of your objectives, you didn't touch anything on rural settlement development. So I think it's something that you must incorporate because it's on your topic. And then you also spoke about two theories. I don't know, ever since in the morning, most of the studies have been adopting two theories, but most they are failing to apply them or link them or highlight the relationship between them. So most you just define what those theories are about, but what we want to hear, even if you don't tell us what those theories are about, apply them to your study, tell us how do you link them to your study. And if they are two, give us a relationship. How do you link them together? Thank you.
Thanks very much. You have time to respond to those questions.
I have 5 seconds, so I can only say goodbye. Okay, can I attempt to answer them?
Chair, please.
Okay, the first one was you'll remind me if I captured correctly. It says, what does it address in terms of what does this study address when it comes to the issues of PTO? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So the study aims to, perhaps what it can address is to find a way in which the banks can look at the PTO rights differently without taking away the powers that the traditional authorities hold, because that's part of our heritage. The traditional authorities are there, but how can we empower the documentation that they produce in order for the banks to be able to accept those? Because banks accept the 30-year leases that government give to developers. Why are they not accepting a lease in terms of permission to occupy? There's just a thin line there between those because all of them are leases. Okay, so how can you get a funding without a title deed or with PTO? I think this is what the study is trying to address. This is the question of the study. How can we do that without? So, yeah. Then there's a piece of legislation that I mentioned that it was noted that it was repelled. I think it's the benefits of being associated with the law school. So you get to be updated in terms of legislation. because that's their area of expertise. Then you questioned the relationship in terms of the theories of the study is the property rights theory and the institutional theory. So the property rights theory is applicable to this study in terms of establishing what goes into formulating or the permissions that comes with the type of ownership that is being held, or in terms of just the rights. So taking that, we are then going to the institutional theory to say financial institutions are behaving this way. How can we then structure these property rights to be able to meet the requirements on the other side without necessarily changing or taking the route of just changing the PTO converting into title deeds? Because that would obviously trigger another conversation of rendering the traditional authorities useless. That's my contribution.
Thanks very much. Let's give him a round of applause. That was enlightening. And I hope you go and look why the VBS and the others have disappeared. That's because in the previous regime, before we reached the democracy, there was a model which was used. Then that's why you find a lot of houses were built in rural areas. Then without it was the PTO which one of my colleagues was raising here. It used to cover. But with that is made, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've reached my part where I was requested to facilitate. The remaining time I'll be advised by the organizers as to what, and although it's not my, I'm not having that mandate, I want to check for those who are supposed to have presented this afternoon, is there anyone who have left here? Because most of them have postponed to either tomorrow or else have indicated another arrangement. And then in the absence of that, I would like to thank you for this part. I'm not thanking you for the conference, there's people are coming to do that. Organizers, I'm not sure what can I do here. I'm a storyteller. Maybe can I continue telling you stories, or can I just leave the podium? And then I'll be guided on this, but I'd like to thank you. Prof. Mukwele is coming. He knows that if I start, I won't stop. I really want to thank you, Prof.
Good afternoon. I think we had a long day, so I'm not going to waste a lot of your time. But firstly, let me try to appreciate my name is Ngwaku Mukwele, the Deputy Chief Justice Mlambo, for the inspirational presentation. And we would want to appreciate again Judge President Patudi, for your attendance to this event. We would like to appreciate also our VC, Jeffrey Mabelebele, our Dean, Executive Dean, Prof. Sibanda, and other deans. We want to also appreciate the organizing committee, faculty arena, Holo. Would like to appreciate you for the sterling work that you continue to demonstrate in organizing such events. So we really, really appreciate you, especially when we talk to especially Professor Sitati and his team also. We want to appreciate the supervisors of our students. We have seen multiple presentation. We've seen honor student presenting with confidence, and that goes to the hard work of our supervisors. We're saying continue to work hard for our students. Importantly, we want to thank our students. If it was not because of our students,
this event would not have started. So we really, really appreciate you. We say continue to move forward with confidence and know that in your study, you are the one that knows it better than even your supervisor. So continue to have confidence, and we really, really appreciate everyone. We thank you and have a great evening. Thank you. We can leave.